6:29, so you can just hang out for a minute.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna let Joyce in. I just noticed her pop in.
Oh, I didn't see her.
There she goes.
Yeah, I think she just got there.
Yeah.
And then also, Parker, if you want to go grab Trevor. He also uses a guest login.
Okay. Sorry, I was just starting the broadcast.
Oh, no problem.
Just letting everyone.
Make sure before you do that, you uncheck that let everyone unmute themselves thing, just so that we're, good to go.
Yeah, it's unchecked.
And then, I believe you're good to go.
Okay.
And then also, Parker, if you want to go grab Trevor. He also uses the guest login.
Hey, everybody. Hey, David, Jeff, John.
Aloha.
Evening.
Guess we're all here.
There we go. All right. Finally unmuted myself. All righty. That looks like we've got everybody, right?
Yep.
Let's call to order the Malibu Planning Commission special meeting agenda for May 20th, 2021. And I don't have my little script, but basically, let me get it. I'm supposed to read it. Okay, the meeting is being held by teleconference due to COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everybody's patience as we navigate through this Zoom meeting process. Planning commissioners and city staff are participating from remote locations. All votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At the screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or sign up to speak on particular items. You will only be able to speak during the meeting if you follow the instructions on the screen under the quote, sign up to speak, close quote, tab. Once the item is called, no further speaker signups will be allowed, so please make sure to visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to download the Zoom application and sign up to speak. The recording secretary will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Okay, can you call the roll, Kathleen, please?
Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Commissioner Mazza,
Here.
Commissioner Smith,
Here.
Vice Chair Weil,
Here.
Chair Jennings.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you.
Chair Jennings, I make a motion to approve the agenda as staff recommends.
Thanks, John. However, the agenda as recommended by staff doesn't include a public comment area, and
That's because this is a special meeting, so
don't have to have public comment.
only on the item that is noticed for the special meeting.
Really? Okay. All right, John, I'll second it. Are there further comments on the motion? All right, let's call the roll, Kathleen.
Commissioner Mazza,
Yes.
Chair Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Chair Weil.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to item 1A, doesn't it? No, we need a report on the posting of the agenda.
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 12th, 2021.
All right.
Chair Jennings,
Yes.
may I make a quick comment?
Sure.
General comment. This is one of the biggest deals ever to hit Malibu. And it looks to me like we have 4 public speakers, which I think is an indication that Zoom meetings don't cut it. And I sure hope we can go back to real meetings real soon. That's it.
Okay. Let's go to item 1A, amendments to the local coastal program and Title 17 of the Malibu Municipal Code to modify regulations pertaining to accessory dwelling units. Should we start with a staff report?
Yes, sorry.
Hey,
I'm,
Joyce.
for some reason, there it goes. All right, great. See, I'll need my PowerPoint, please. All right, I'm going to go through the PowerPoint and with as much detail as I can, but I'll try to be as fast as I can. What we're hoping to do with the PowerPoint is to possibly answer some of the commission's questions they may have after they read through the material, because it was a lot of material to read through, or that the public may have. Next slide. So a little background on ADU laws. The first time the state did a comprehensive group of laws, they became effective in 2017. And in September of 2018, we took our first draft of this ordinance to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission had a hearing on that and provided direction to staff. And then shortly after that, of course, was the Woolsey fire. And then a year later, you started the online meetings. You had to cancel a few meetings and start the online meetings. So we're just now getting back to the ADU ordinance. And during that period, there were new state laws that were, I believe they were passed in 2019 and became effective of 2020. So the item you have before you tonight incorporates all the Planning Commission recommendations and all of the new state laws through this period. Next slide. So currently the city code allows both second units and guest houses have no kitchen. And so we are not proposing any changes to guest houses. On second units, they'll be changed to accessory dwelling units, and the new state ADU regulations will supersede the city's regulations on second units. And thus, this is why there is an ordinance before the Planning Commission tonight. However, because the city is in the coastal zone, the requirements of the Coastal Act are not superseded by state ADU regulations. And so in some cases, unless they're exempt, an ACDP would still be required to build an accessory dwelling unit. Next slide. So I wanted to start with like just the overview of how the city will process these, because you have the regulations in the LCP and you have the regulations in the municipal code. And so when somebody submits an application for an ADU, the first thing that the staff will do is they will review it for consistency with the LCP, and they'll determine whether it is exempt. So working with Coastal, they've advised us that a junior ADU, and a junior ADU is a 500 square foot unit that is typically, maybe a bedroom in a house or something that is converted to an ADU. And I could talk a little bit more about that if you want more detail about junior ADUs, but Coastal said they do not consider those development because they're basically inside of an existing house, an existing or proposed house. Under the exempt, the things that would be exempt as long as they comply with 310G, which are the development standards. And so those are the attached ADU, an ADU created within an existing or primary dwelling unit, an ADU created within existing buildings. So again, even your attached ADU would still have to comply with the 310 development standards in order to be exempt. So not all attached ADUs will be exempt. If they're exempt, then they would be processed under the zoning code. Next slide. So the zoning code has two processes. One is permitting processes. One is the building permit only. And so state law says, basically, if people fall within these four categories, the city can only require a building permit and cannot require any additional conditions on the project. And one of them is converted on a single family lot. That's essentially a unit that's in a house, an existing or proposed house, or in an existing accessory structure. And then you could also build one ADU or one J ADU. And you may ask, why would somebody build a J ADU if they could build an ADU, right? Why would they build 500 instead of 800? So people may choose to do that because if you build anything under 750, you get all your impact fees waived, and so that could be a reason to avoid impact fees. So they may decide that they'd rather go with the junior. The next category of building permit only is limited detached, and so one detached new construction ADU and one junior ADU. And again, this is only after they have been exempted out of the coastal, the LCP, and met the standards of the development standards in the LCP. The third category is converted on multifamily. This is new. The state law indicate that cities have to allow accessory dwelling units on multifamily lots. And a city has to allow up to 25% of their existing units, new construction in areas not used for livable space. And what I mean by new construction is they could take their garage and build 25% of however, if they have 100 units, they could build 25 ADUs. It's not likely that will happen in Malibu simply because of septic. So it would be very unusual that anybody could do a building permit only project with a multifamily lot. And then the second one is the limited detached on multifamily. And again, you are entitled to two detached 800 square foot, 16 foot high, 4 foot high, as long as you're exempt from the LCP. Next slide. And then the next category, if you don't fall into one of those categories under building permit only, is that you could ask for an ADU permit in a building permit. And an ADU permit is essentially an APR, Administrative Plan Review, which is in the code now. ADUs by state law must be processed administratively without a public hearing and within 60 days of a completed application. And if they are not processed or approved within 60 days, then they are deemed approved. The key here is that the application has to be a completed application. The other thing to keep in mind in all of these categories is that even in the ministerial projects, it's likely that a septic upgrade would be required. And if that's the case, then they would be required to get an ACDP again, even if they were in the building permit only category. Next slide. So the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is appeals. And so the approval of an ADU CDP would be reported to the Planning Commission if it was in the appealable zone, or if it had some kind of discretionary permit, like a site plan review or a minor modification. There would be no reporting requirement for an ADU CDP or an ACDP outside of the appeal zone, again, except when there is a discretionary permit, and then that would be reported. So what that results in is under the appeals section, an ADU CDP that is located in the appeal zone would be appealable only to the Coastal Commission. There would be no local appeal. And for an ADU APR permit, which would be approved by the director, it is considered and approved ministerially without any discretionary review or hearing. There's no local appeal. And this is pretty much consistent with how ADUs are processed today. Next slide.
APRs.
APRs, I'm sorry. Yes, APRs are processed today. So a new section is a very high fire hazard severity zone section. And so the goal here, staff was trying to, realizing that all of the city is in the high fire hazard zone, is how to make sure that ADUs were built consistent and safely within the zone. And so state law says that cities cannot require ADUs to have fire sprinklers unless the house was also required to. Also, the minimum setback is 4 feet. We're indicating that it should be 5 feet. And then for a garage that's converted to an ADU, you do not have to replace the parking places that you displace for building an ADU. And the concern here was if there wasn't sufficient room on the lot for people to park, then those parking spaces, those would end up in the street and could possibly impact access for the fire truck and the public in leaving. So that was the goal here. And the way we set it up is that we used lots without two distinct means of vehicular access. We looked at also adding the width of a street, but we do not have, the county does not have the width of all of the streets in Malibu, especially up closer up in the mountains and the hills. So we decided on the two distinct means of vehicular access. And then if your lot is, if your AD is proposed on a lot that backs onto a street, and this is, you think of PCH, right? So in PCH, you back out onto the street. So those would be allowed an ADU. And then next slide. Sorry, I'm trying to. So this is just an illustration of the two means of access. And so generally means that at a cul-de-sac, you would not be able to count that as two means of access, because your two means of access would be when you hit the street and you can turn right or left and continue out. Number two could be, would be allowed because you could turn right or left and go to two means of getting back to the main street. It's sort of confusing the way it's written, but we couldn't think of any other way to write it, and so we would probably have this as a handout at the counter so people can understand it better. Next slide. So I'm going to just quickly go through the standards. And so location, essentially state law says that ADUs have to be allowed anywhere residential is allowed. That's the way second units are now, so there's no change. Have to be located on the same lot as an existing. That's pretty much the way it is now, except that they have to be clustered. And so we're not making any changes to the clustering requirement or other resource protection standards. Unit size, state law says up to 50% of existing, a maximum of 1,200. And for attached, and then detached is 1,200. Conversion of existing accessory dwelling buildings are the size of the accessory dwelling units, meaning if you had a 2,000 square foot barn, you could have a 2,000 square foot ADU. So the city's existing standard is essentially 900 square feet for second unit with a 400 square foot garage. What the ordinance proposes is consistent with state law. 50% of the total development square footage of the primary residence, and I think we are going to talk a little bit about that tonight, whether the use of total development square footage is the proper term. On the detached, 900 square feet for a studio or one bedroom, and then 1,200 for a two bedroom. Again, this would be consistent with state law. The difference is on the conversion of the existing accessory buildings. If you are fall under the LCP, you are limited to the 900 square feet or the 1,200 square feet. It's only when you would get to the municipal code that you could build an ADU in an accessory building that was the same size as the accessory building. Next slide. Heights, state is 16 minimum. We kept with the city's existing standard of 18 feet with up to 28 with the SPR. That's existing, and that's what the ordinance proposes. Setbacks, 4 feet side and rear. No additional setback if your accessory structure is converted to an ADU, and 5 feet from the side and rear. And so I just have the non-beachfront up because there wasn't enough room to put the beachfront on here. So the non-beachfront setbacks are essentially 15% of the lot, or 15 feet. Side, or 25% of the width cumulative, with the greater of minimum 10 or 5. So it's much larger, of course, than the 4 feet. So in the what you can do now is you can remodel an existing accessory structure and maintain your setbacks if the fire department approves your setbacks, and you don't demolish more than 50% of the walls. And then for any second unit that would be constructed over an existing garage, you have to meet existing setbacks. So there are changes to the setbacks. In the LCP, that there would not be changes to the rear and side setbacks. They'd just have to meet what's in the existing code. The zoning code, however, would allow you to go to the 4 feet rear and side. The remodel and demolition of an existing structure can maintain setbacks with the fire department, and you could delete the entire structure under the Muni code and rebuild back with those same setbacks. And then 5 foot, again, it's the same, rear and 5 feet from the rear and side, consistent with state law, but not consistent with the second unit. Next slide. Parking, maximum 1 space is a state standard, and that is what the ordinance requires. And that space can be covered, uncovered, and tandem parking in a driveway. The code indicates that exterior mechanical lifts are not allowed, and there can be no parking in an approved view corridor. The state law also carves out a category of uses or situations, I guess they would be called, when no parking would be required. And that would be if you're 1/2 mile from a public transit stop in a historic district, which Malibu has none, in a proposed or existing primary residence or existing accessory structure, an area where there are on-street parking permits required but not offered to the ADU occupant, and then 1 block of a car share vehicle stop. So what is new is we are recommending in the ordinance that replacement parking, and we work on this with Coastal, that replacement parking be required if the ADU is within 1/4 mile of a beach, a public access way, park or trailhead, or other public visitor serving area with high on-demand parking. The goal, of course, is to keep cars off streets and onto the property. And if you get rid of all the parking in the garage, you're more likely to push them onto the street. In terms of the categories or the situations, that's consistent with state law. The only thing we've added is a definition of a public transit stop has to be on a fixed location or fixed route, and a car share vehicle stop, and indicate that they are not Ubers or Lyfts. Next slide. Again, I talked a little bit about this replacement parking. If you convert your garage, you can't require them. And that is what the current ordinance, or what the proposed ordinance proposes. And the only difference is if you're in the very high fire hazard zone, or the 1/4 mile from a high demand street parking public visitor serving use. And then the parking spaces would have to be replaced. Owner occupancy, state law requires the owner to live either in the junior ADU or in the main house, and so we're just consistent with state law on that. Short-term rentals, so the only requirements in state law with short-term rentals, which are basically means less than 30 days, is that they are prohibited in the building permit only projects in the municipal code. Currently, code allows both short-term and long-term rentals allowed. as the commission knows, the council just recently adopted a hosted short-term rental ordinance, and there in that particular ordinance there are no restrictions on the use of an ADU for short-term rental. So the proposed standard is as recommended by the Planning Commission in your 2018 staff hearing, and that is that short-term rentals are prohibited in all ADUs. So one of the questions we had for the commission tonight is, did you want to stay with that recommendation, or is it changed in any way now that the hosted ordinance has been adopted? Income reporting, that is not required, not in our existing standard, and staff thought it might be a good way to help us identify adequate sites for RENA is what we did the last time the housing element got certified is we sent surveys to everybody that had pulled a permit for a second unit and just asked them how much they rented it for. And HCD accepted that as and allowed us to count some of the 80 units as affordable. Next slide. Fire sprinklers, no fire sprinklers in an ADU if they're not required in the primary residence. That's pretty much what we are proposing. Most of the houses and most of the new houses require sprinklers in the single family dwelling. So I don't think that'll be a problem in the future. Utilities are an existing house not subject to new water connection, and the connection fees have to be proportionate. And that is essentially what we are proposing, consistent with state law. And the same with the impact fees. No impact fee if your ADU is less than 750 square feet. And if it's 750 square feet and higher, the fee has to be proportional to the size of the dwelling unit. And again, that's what the staff is proposing with the proposed ordinance. Next slide. So there are some revisions to the ordinance, and so I will just go through these quickly. They're basically cleanup items, and then if the Planning Commission wanted to take the time to look them up in your ordinance and go through them, we could either do it now or at the end of the meeting if it looks like the project is going to move forward. If not, then we would make if it's coming back to you, we just make these changes then. But in the LCP section, there are several references to the junior ADU. And so since those are exempt or not considered development in the LCP, we are going to remove any reference to the junior ADU around development standards. And the only thing that will be left in there would be the definition of a junior ADU and the exemption. So the exemption calls out that a junior ADU isn't considered development, and so then we would want the definition so people would know what that is. So that would be the only two locations. We just inadvertently left out the setback for an ADU above garage, so we just need to add that in. And the rest of them are cleanup items, which our Eagle Eye Chair Jennings spotted for us. So they're like, in one section, we referenced 1744-90, and it should have been 80. And in another section, we said B1, and it should have been A1. And then the last two, we just left out I just left out the A. So it was, instead of 1, it should say A1. Instead of 2, it should be A2. So it's basically cleanup, tweaking stuff, which again, we can, if we bring it back to you, we'll have that all cleaned up. Next slide. Staff's recommendation is to adopt the Planning Commission resolution that you have in your packet and determine that the amendments are exempt from CEQA. That is something that was set up by the state CEQA guidelines, or the state to exempt, specifically exempt ordinances on ADUs. And then also the resolution would recommend that the City Council approve the LCPA and the MNC relative to pertaining to accessory dwelling units. So that concludes my presentation, but I
to be a perception that there's a flood of people waiting to build ADUs, and we've received interest, but it's not a flood of people knocking down our door.
Okay.
Chair Jennings,
Yes, Trevor.
if I may just follow up on what Richard and Justine said there, and the changes to the municipal code are hewing very close to state law, but the changes to the LIP in particular are very particular to Malibu and our local coastal program here. I also wanted to introduce Todd Leishman. For those of you who were here last time, you've met him before, but he is a expert on these issues, has taken a number of cities through these issues previously, and I just wanted to let everyone know that he is here as a resource for you as well tonight, and he contributed a lot to this ordinance here that was brought before you.
Welcome, Todd. Okay. I'm reluctant to start off by saying, well, are there questions for staff? Because I've got about 4 or 5 pages worth, and I'm sure that the rest of you have others as well. So why don't we start by taking public comment, and then we'll come back to the commission staff, and hopefully we can try to work through some of these things, because frankly, this is a very difficult ordinance. I mean, I've been doing this for 50 years. Basically, that's my job. I read ordinances and try to figure them out, including the Internal Revenue Code, and this is a very complicated and difficult ordinance to read and to get my head around. I had a long talk, or not a long talk, but a talk with Richard and Justine earlier today. I had views that I'm kind of backing off on a little bit, just because I'm beginning to get a better picture of it. It's not at all easy, but still a lot of questions remain. So let's see if we can't go to public comment, let the public have their say, and just for the purposes of that, let me say for you, John, and those of you who feel that this is not getting a sufficient airing, I agree with you. I don't personally feel that at the end of this meeting we're going to be in a position to say, okay, send it off to the city council. I think they're going to have at least one more meeting to discuss this, because there are the changes that the staff has already indicated. Some of them are just cleanup. Maybe there'll be some more that will come out after the discussion, and I'd like to see it in final form before we send it off. So that's where I am on it, at least right now at 5 minutes after 7. So let's go to the public hearing. Who have we got, Kathleen?
We have 8 speakers: Jason Riddick, Elizabeth Riddick, Helmut Meisner, Matt Jewett, Pat Healy, Joe Drummond, Howard Rudsky, and Robert Briskin.
Okay, you want to open up the mic for the first person?
Yes, Jason Riddick.
Okay, Mr. Riddick, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, members of the planning. Can everyone hear me?
Gotcha, yeah.
Okay. I had submitted a PowerPoint, and I was under the impression I would have 15 minutes to go through the PowerPoint. Is that the case?
It's really not the case. Everybody gets 3 minutes to talk in a matter like this, but you know, we haven't got that many people speaking, so if you go over a little over, that's fine. But 15 minutes is probably a little excessive, so try to abbreviate it. I think we all got the email that you or your wife sent in earlier, and all had a chance to read that. So let's do the best you can.
And your PowerPoint,
okay,
Jason. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, the PowerPoint is up.
Okay, can we go to slide 7? I'll just start there. Slide 7. And as we're going there, I'll just note, you know, we live in Malibu. We live in Malibu West. Modest home on Paseo, 3 kids, our elderly mother-in-law, and 2 dogs. I just want to start with the issue for us, which is that under this proposed amended LCP, staff has already indicated that our proposed ADU is not going to be acceptable. And so I just want to start at the end, which is how do we get to a place with this document where an attached ADU located in a private flat backyard in an established neighborhood with no environmental impacts of any kind acknowledged by the city, no septic, water issues, no parking problems, close to public transit, complies with all the statewide ADU laws under 600 square feet. How do we get to a place where this is not permitted? And the reason is because there's two-sided reasons by the city are that it slightly exceeds TDSF, number one, and it exceeds the cumulative rear yard setback, number two. Even we got a 5-foot setback on the ADU, and that exceeds the cumulative rear yard setback. This is not, first of all, the existing LCP makes exempt, quote, structures that are attached to the primary residence. Now, when it was written, nobody was thinking about ADUs. I get that. And so what the Coastal Commission provided very clear guidance to this about this issue in their April 21st, 2020 memorandum, where they said, look, cities, Malibu, structures attached to the primary residence, that exemption from the CDP requirement applies to attached ADUs because, quote, the construction of an ADU directly attached to an existing single-family residence would qualify it as an exempt improvement to a single-family residence. That's under language identical to our existing LCP. So under the existing LCP, an attached ADU, it doesn't require CDP. It goes to normal zoning regulations, and those do not trump state law, which says that you can have an ADU such as ours, small ADU with a 5-foot setback, and if it slightly goes over TDSF, there is no, TDSF doesn't block it, okay? So that's the existing LCP. So what does this LCP do? It doesn't just, let's go back to slide 1, please. The existing draft needs to change in 2 simple ways to avoid violating California law and to stop prioritizing TDSF and cumulative setbacks over just normal residents, not mansion owners such as ourselves. The way that you do, go to slide 2, please. So there's the changes that need to happen to this this draft is that under the proposed revisions to section 13.4.1, which are the ADP exempt, LCP exempt buildings, has been modified in this version to subject attached ADUs to this new LIP section 310G, okay? And if we go and look at 310G on slide 3, please. If you look at 310G3, there it says that despite everything that's happening, TDSF still applies to your ADU and you can't go over TDSF. But California law says exactly the opposite, which is that ADUs up to 800 square feet in size can't be blocked by lot coverage, floor area ratios, open space, minimum lot size requirements, and so on. So as written, this provision of the amended proposed amended LCP doesn't conform with statewide law. Slide 4, please. Same goes for the provision that applies the cumulative setbacks. It violates state law because state law says a setback no more than 4 feet from the side and rear lots can be required. Okay, slide 5, please. So here, what I'm gathering from the city is that their position seems to be, I've never gotten them to actually articulate it, but it seems to be that they believe that that the existing LCP is not superseded by California law, and the existing LCP doesn't allow attached ADUs that that exceed TDSF. But that's not the case. Number one, because TDSF and setback rules are not part of the Coastal Act, and the actual language that they're relying on in the ADU law says nothing in this section shall be construed to supersede and in any way alter or lessen the effect of the Coastal Act. Okay, just because you have TDSF and setback rules in the LCP doesn't make it a part of the Coastal Act. That's number one. Number two, Malibu can't just do the opposite of what the California law says just because it has an LCP and happens to be in the coastal zone. It doesn't. And number three, the TDSF and setback rules don't apply to otherwise compliant attached ADUs under the existing LCP anyway, which I already touched upon. Slide 6, please. All right. If what I'm saying is not true, and this new proposed amendment doesn't actually make things worse for people trying to do small scale ADUs in Malibu with no adverse environmental impacts, then why is all this language being added in 310G1C and 310G3 trying to bolster it? It wouldn't be added if it weren't making things more restrictive in violation of state law. It's being added for a reason, and that reason is to impose these local rules where they violate state law. Section 7, please. Okay, 8. So there's an easy fix. The easy fix here is number one, you go to this 310G1C and just strike it in its entirety. All the protections for fire that are in this draft. There's a lot of good work in this draft, and we're not trying to say that there isn't, or that the city hasn't worked hard on this, or that this is not complicated. It's been very difficult for us to understand what's happening, and maybe we don't even get it. But I think I've got a good grasp on at least this aspect of it. So just remove this section, and then you're not at least in violation of state law as it pertains to TDSF. Next slide, please. And then the other thing is you remove most of the setback section. And so you just leave it so that in all cases, scenic view corridors, shoreline and bluff setbacks and ESHA setbacks still apply. That preserves all the intent and purpose of the Coastal Act in protecting coastal resources, but doesn't impose these requirements that are not necessary. There's no rational reason why an ADU, an attached ADU in our backyard, so situated, would be blocked in Malibu, should be blocked in Malibu. Next slide, please. So it's for this reason that we're asking you to please consider deleting these sections. Not deleting it is going to lead to litigation and lawsuits against the city. That is financially beneficial to no one except whoever's litigating it, to the extent they're paid by the city.
I think we get the idea. You're kind of running over time, although I don't have a clock on it, but I think you're running over time. And listen, I don't think this is going to be determined, as I say. I don't think this is likely to be determined tonight. It may be, but I don't think so. And so you've got an opportunity to continue to submit your written positions to us, and everything that comes in will be considered. So thanks very much for your comments.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Okay. Kathleen, who's next?
Next, we have Elizabeth Riddick.
Okay.
Okay. So, hi.
Chapter 2.
Chapter 2. So, hi, I'm Elizabeth Riddick. And, I just want to start out by saying thank you to Richard, thank you to Trevor, thank you to David, thank you to Justine. They've been dealing with us for a year on this subject. We didn't get a response from the city over 60 days telling us, these things, which, I just have to say that this particular subject is near and dear to our family. And if I cry, I apologize. This is so huge. First of all, We're not mansion owners, not Airbnbers. We're just your regular Joes here in Malibu with our family. And I have a mother who is 82 years old, and maybe some of you on the commission can relate. And she needs a place to be, a nice place to be that gives her integrity and independence in her own space. And this law was created for people just like me and Jason. I spent a year with Pat Healy, who directed me to redesign my ADU to the 5-foot setback, because that's what she wanted to appease our homeowners association. And we went out and to the yard and spent all this money, and we did it to design it so that our HOA would approve it. They finally did. So our community was happy. And then we come to the city, and I was at the counter, and they specifically told me that based on my lot square footage, this is what I could build. And that's why we did it. And then when I came back and submitted the plans, I was told by David Ng, oh no, well, they didn't give you the right information. You have to subtract the fact that your lot has a street easement. And so you don't qualify, it's incomplete. Sorry, doesn't comply with the LCP. The state law came in, the state law, made it more possible, told cities to stop blocking, and still we're being blocked. This is a tiny side yard in our backyard that's never been used, that nobody sees. Our neighbors support it. Our community supports it. It's very small. It's a small addition. It does exactly what state law wants, which is create a space for my mom to be with her family in a way that gives her respect. Not living in a living room. I mean, it's sad. And what I'm asking for the city is to open up your hearts and allow your citizens that are really part of this community, to be able to do the right thing and take care of their families, because that's what the state law wanted. So I'm gonna wrap it up, but I will tell you, I'm gonna say this: I am part of the fight to have an MUSD, our own school district. And I will tell you that I feel like, in my position with the city of Malibu, like right now, it's very, very similar to what we're going through with the city of Santa Monica. I don't know what's going on or why there's these continual blocks to allowing your citizens to do the right thing by their families. You're just normal, average community members.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Appreciate your comments.
Chair Jennings, can we get a clock?
I have one now. Yeah, I didn't have one in the earlier speaker, but I've got one now. It ran a little bit over.
If you like, I'm happy to chime in when their time has elapsed.
Yeah, that's fine, Kathleen. Why don't you do that?
I'll do that.
Okay, who's next?
Helmut Meisner.
Mr. Meisner. We're not getting you yet.
Jeff, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Prior to the next.
Yeah, David?
Yeah,
sure, go ahead.
Go
ahead, David.
This is just procedural. These issues are so complicated and so intertwined that if we hear from 5 or 6 or 7 speakers who are raising different points, I'm not sure that I have the mental capacity to go back to ask staff about what speaker 1 and 2 said. Does it make any sense to allow us to have staff, if we have questions on what a speaker says, does it make sense to, at that point, allow staff to answer our questions before going on to all the speakers?
Yeah, it might. I don't think we have that many speakers, and I've got my notes of what the Riddick's have in mind, and I've gone over it with them, and not with them, but through their email in some detail. So I'll remember that. Let's go forward and try and get it all done, so we could then come back and we can ask questions about it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Meisner.
Yeah, Chair Jennings, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Helmut Meisner. Before I start, I'd like to clarify my position. When I signed up as speaking neither for nor against this was because I'm speaking in full support of ADUs in the city of Malibu, but against the ordinance in its current form, because in my opinion, it deserves to be modified in one important aspect. The proposed ordinance provides an expedited path for permitting garage conversions and new attached ADUs. However, it falls short of allowing similar exemptions for detached ADUs, which means property owners who want to build detached ADUs need substantially more time and money to comply with current LCP development standards. So it is the detached ADUs that I respectfully request to be included in the ordinance in terms of exemptions, as long as such ADUs do not impact coastal resources. The treatment of detached ADUs in the narrow form that is currently proposed is neither mandated by the Coastal Act nor in keeping with the new state ADU laws, nor actually endorsed by the Coastal Commission. Quite to the contrary, in their memo that has been cited before of April 2020, the Coastal Commission states, quote, "The Commission generally has allowed a waiver for proposed detached ADUs if the Executive Director determines that the proposed ADU is de minimis development involving no potential for any adverse effects on coastal resources," end of quote. So that's their condition, no potential for any adverse effects on coastal resources. And there are practicable ways to exempt in this ordinance, to exempt detached ADUs while still complying with the Coastal Act. For example, by instituting conditions like A minimum distance from ESHAs to protect sensitive coastal habitat. B, a minimum distance from blufftop, trail, etc. to protect public access to coastal resources. And C, a maximum height to protect visual resources. Nothing prevents the city from implementing such conditional exemptions. The Coastal Commission is actually encouraging it. So I fully support the recommendations along these lines as outlined in the white paper that was submitted for this meeting by Keystone Strategic Planning, and I respectfully ask you to consider their implementation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meissner. Who else is next? Kathleen?
Matt Jewett.
Okay. Can you open his microphone, Mr. Jewett?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Matt Jewett with Keystone Strategic Planning. I'm here this evening to express the interest in and support I hear regularly from a number of Malibu residents who are interested in the prospects of creating ADUs in the city of Malibu for a number of reasons, some that have been articulated already. Many people are interested in ADUs to provide a means to have an affordable place for the kids to live in the town they grew up in, aging parents, or other family members who can't otherwise afford to live close by. Many are interested in supplementing fixed incomes and are providing workforce housing to those who work in Malibu and are stuck in long commutes that clog PCH. There are a number of reasons Malibu residents reach out to people like us land use consultants to ask about the possibility of building an ADU on their property. Unfortunately, I generally have to tell them that it's a complicated and uncertain process. That's possible why there haven't been a large number of ADU applications, as staff indicated earlier. In seeking to balance the protection of coastal resources, which has been a topic of discussion this evening, it appears that there's been some difficulty associated with detached and attached ADUs, apparently. It's not terribly common that I hear a homeowner express enthusiasm for creating a junior ADU. There are certain circumstances where this works for aging family members, close relatives, or can serve as a very nice guest suite for visitors, but I'm not sure that simply doing exempting attached or junior ADUs, and again, attached apparently is only in some circumstances, really do get to the heart and the intent of the need for affordable options in a manner that will spur their creation to address the housing crisis. People who live in their homes aren't generally excited about sharing walls with strangers as if they were living in an apartment complex, and people looking for an affordable place to live aren't always looking to inhabit the same space as their landlord. Detached ADUs provide much needed and sought after middle ground, so I think that's a crucial element to meaningfully enact the intent of the state's ADU law in addressing the housing affordability crisis and also the city's RHNA requirements. I think staff has done a good job in trying to find ways to streamline the process through administrative CDPs, but as we've discussed a little bit, the administrative CDP process can still be lengthy, complicated, costly, and uncertain, as staff alluded to, as it pertains to verifying when an application is deemed complete. That can be a lengthy journey for people. The Coastal Commission has issued a memo that verifies. This memo has been referred to about the waivers, and I think a lot of groundwork is already laid in the LCP. To piggyback off what the previous speaker said, the major factor in ensuring protection of coastal resources in the city of Malibu is ESHA. There is some discussion about clustering for the sake of clustering, but I think it's important to remember that the point of clustering is to protect coastal resources protected under the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. Clustering is not necessarily supposed to be a goal in and of itself. It's my understanding that if a proposed ADU is located more than 200 feet away from ESHA, there would be no impact to ESHA. So it appears that an ADU may qualify for a waiver if it meets that criteria.
Mr.
Another
Jewett,
major factor is,
that's your time.
You finish it up, Mr. Jewett.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Another major factor is protection of visual resources. That was discussed. City allows for 18 feet in height. The state allows for 16 feet in height, so there's no discrepancy there. The final one, and this has also been alluded to, is public access. So if an ADU is proposed within a quarter mile of a public access route that is protected under the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act, it would not be eligible for the reduced parking. With these factors in mind, 200.
Thank you very much. We need to wrap it up. Who's next, Kathleen?
Pat Healy.
Okay, Pat.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm speaking tonight for the Malibu Coalition for Slow Growth, and we ask the commission to recommend the following to the council. For health and safety of the residents, the city enact the same conditions as LA County, since we, like the county, are in a very high severity fire zone. The purpose of the ADU legislation was to provide very low income affordable housing near job centers. ADUs in Malibu will only achieve this if the housing is occupied by family members or owners, friends, and employees. Please find a way to allow smaller ADUs to be built on small lots to at least provide moderate income housing in Malibu. 800 square feet or greater will not produce affordable housing in Malibu. Another solution to meet the intention of the ADU law, the city could consider rent controlling ADUs. We were under the impression until 2025, a city could require the owner to live on the property, but Joyce said tonight it was only for junior ADUs. But if it's possible, there should be a requirement to avoid speculators who have no interest in Malibu as a community from profiting from this law. If the owner is on the property, the owner can better control any nuisance created by an unruly tenant. Malibu's ADU requirements needs to protect the privacy of one's neighbors and to preserve their mountain and ocean views. The city should be sure the ADU is not sited in a location that interferes with both public and private views or creates a nuisance. Allow only
You still there, Pat?
Somebody muted her.
Her mic is muted.
Okay, sorry. Where did I leave off? Does anybody remember?
Allow only.
Allow only.
Allow what?
Allow only. You talked about requiring owners to live on the property, and then you were moving on to saying you need to protect the neighbors and protect.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Let me just find out where I am now. Again, only owner should live on the property to better control any nuisance created by unruly tenants. Malibu's ADU requirements needs to protect the privacy of neighbors and preserve their mountain and ocean views. The ADU should not be sited in a location that interferes with both public and private views or creates a nuisance. Allow only one junior ADU and one ADU on a property to prevent turning a single-family zone parcel into a multifamily complex. Where a neighborhood has a certain character, staff should be required to ensure the character of the neighborhood is preserved as far as the ADU's design, size, location, and height. Staff should be required to consult with the homeowners association. A mechanism needs to be put in place to prevent individuals using the AD ordinance to build an addition that is not intended to be used as an ADU to bypass public hearing and get quick approval. A deed restriction can be removed if the owner says it's no longer being used as an ADU. Perhaps the deed restriction should be in effect for a much longer time, such as 15 years, and the same as renting an ADU for short-term rentals.
Excuse me, Pat, that's your time.
That's it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pat.
Next, we have Joe Drummond.
Joe?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this morning I sent these questions and notes with regards to what is being discussed about ADUs. It is
right.
the department's responsibility not to make this an opportunity to do away with all our city codes when it comes to ADUs. My concerns are for ADUs in geohazardous areas, which is not addressed in the staff report. We don't want to block people like the Riddicks who don't live in an environmentally hazardous area to build a space for their mother. The factor of safety variance should be required for ADUs as they would be considered new development in Malibu, especially if increasing upon the original structure of home by 10% or greater. Can the planning staff confirm this will still continue? Percolation tests for new development should not be limited by the county definition of building in a hazardous area, but require slope stability testing under new development so we don't have what's gone on in Big Rock for decades, which is an enormous amount of builds, possibly over 80 out of 125 in Big Rock that have never followed city codes where variances were required, thus not giving them deeper and stricter geological standards in a landslide area that were supposed to be completed. We don't know how negatively this has affected our current stability, and the city hasn't answered our questions regarding this in Big Rock, as an aside. No additional water can be added to a landslide area, so how can ADUs can even be built in a geologically hazardous area? With regards to the 25% rule in section 110.2.3.4, it should also be applied in limiting the size of an ADU in a geologically hazardous area. Please confirm. And why is the garage not included in the TDSF calculation when after much debate, your building and safety department concluded that it should be included in the gross floor area calculation for existing and proposed structures or homes as per state codes? This is just allowing these structures to be much bigger than codes allow. State law says a minimum of 16 feet in height, but if it's possible, then it's better to say that an ADU should be no taller than the main existing residence. It doesn't make sense to have an ADU be taller than an existing home if it's an accessory dwelling. So please change the wording of the ordinance to a maximum of the existing height of the main residence or 16 feet. 18 feet is too tall for a guest house accessory dwelling and gives greater opportunity to block views and increase wildfire spread risk. Most of the homes in my neighborhood of Big Rock are no higher than 15 feet to protect ocean views, or worst case, limit the height for all applications to 16 feet. CEQA should also apply in geohazardous areas. One argument is that there's a language to the effect that an exemption applies only to a single residence. So once you're adding a second residential structure, that exemption shouldn't apply. Given the high density already occurring in many areas, Malibu ADUs will greatly increase the risk of wildfire spread and delay evacuation from neighborhoods with this additional density. There should be no ADU in areas that do not have two egresses to the main highway without a variance. Also, I can see this being abused by the rehab companies who will add 1 or 2 more bedrooms at $60K plus a month income each and not for lower income bracket it's supposed to be for. This will add even more water to landslide areas with 15 to 40 staff in and out. Some limitations or use of an ADU should be put in place like rent control as Pat Healy suggested. Thanks for taking all of this into consideration and please answer my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Next, we have Howard Redsky.
Okay, Mr. Redsky.
Good evening. First, thank you guys for bringing this forward. I think it's about time, and like everything else, it just needs to be flushed out a little. I think 310G and the parking requirement for the beachfront and the wild or the hazardous fire zone, you know, those things need to be fleshed out a little more, and they may need to be property specific, but I'm sure that you guys will figure it out, and it's a huge issue, and I'm just going to listen and see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more, Kathleen?
The last person we have is Robert Briskin. I'm not
Okay.
sure that I see him in the meeting, though.
Okay, well, if he shows up, let us know, and we'll
Okay.
let him speak.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's close the public hearing at that point then and come back to the table. Do you want to go through the issues that were raised by the speakers individually? David, was that your thought? John, you have your hand up.
I'd like to ask a couple general questions so we can get our attorney expert to steer us in the right direction before we go too far.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's try this. Let's give each member of the commission a couple of questions in rotation. They may not be on the same question, but if we can hold them to the same issue, that would be great. But maybe it won't happen. But anyway, let's just start. John, let us have a couple of questions if you want to get started on it.
Okay, one of them is on page 2 of the staff report. There's a quote. Nothing of a state law that nothing in this section shall be construed to supersede in any way the application of basically the LCP. How does that? We had all this talk about, you know, let's bend this rule and bend that rule and change setbacks and everything. Doesn't that give us the ability to just keep our LCP rules and change them a little bit, and then all the rest of them apply? Or what does that mean?
Who's your question to?
Mr. Leishman, I guess.
Sure, or I can start on that, John. So we have two separate items here. One is our zone text amendment, and then in that case, you know, we need to have that in place, and that deals with any properties that are exempt from the coastal development permit process and our LCP. In terms of the changes to the LCP, you know, Todd and Joyce and Justine can take you through that, but yes, we have an LCP in place, and so some of this is, you know, cleaning up our code so it's compliant with that, and some of this is, you know, moving our LCP, you know, closer to the state law and bringing compliance with some of those elements in there. But we do have more discretion than other cities because we are one of the few cities that is located entirely within the coastal zone. So for most, or for the ADUs that are not exempt from the coastal development permit process under our LCP, we do have a lot of discretion in terms of our requirements there.
Well, my real question is, there's a lot of things in the LCP that are pretty general, like ESHA setbacks, and I can't think of all of them, but those would still be included even if it wasn't a CDP, correct? Because we're not allowed to waive those. We can't build next to a stream, blah, blah, blah. Are those just being pushed aside by this?
Well, okay. You're talking about projects that are exempt from a coastal development permit, and then the application of the LCP to those projects. That'd be treated the same as any other project that is exempt from a coastal development permit under the current standards. Under the proposed changes to the LCP, projects that are not exempt are still going to be subject to the standards that are in the local implementation plan and the local coastal program.
So we don't need to worry about, should we put this in our ordinance at all, or this language, or we just
Sorry, we can't make the changes to the zoning code ordinance. We're very limited in that. Todd can speak more about that, but you know, basically the greater freedom we have is going to be limited to ADUs that are subject to our local coastal program and that require a coastal development permit.
So let me follow up on that a little bit, if I might, because the argument, as I understand it, is that because of the provision in the Act that says that nothing in this section shall be construed to supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the California Coastal Act, that therefore we sort of have carte blanche to leave any provisions, any development standards that we want that exist now in place. And the argument that was put forward, I guess, by both the Riddicks and Mr. Meissner is that, no, you should really, if you read the state law properly, the only thing that you're exempted from is things that have to do with protection of public resources or natural resources. And so that gets down to the question that the Riddicks raised, which is that 310G talks about, if I can get to it here, 310G requires that exempt projects that they have to meet the TDSF requirements of the particular lot that they're going to go on. Plus, they might be limited by any surface, impermeable surface requirements. Arguably, the impermeable surface one could be is to protect public resources, water flow, and so forth. I think it's a harder argument to make the argument to somehow argue that the TDSF or setback requirements are protective of natural resources, and the one that makes even less sense to me is the one that says that the ADU can't be more than 50% of the primary dwelling size. I don't know how you could make an argument that that's supposed to be protective of natural resources with a straight face. What it seems to me that that staff has done is to basically take a pretty aggressive approach with regard to what the state legislature has been trying to do. Whether that's right or not is a difficult question, but it does seem to me that for example, that 50%. How do you defend that, Joyce, as protective of natural resources?
You're muted, Joyce.
So I think it would be. I mean, it's a good question. It would be more of a setback area. I mean, the same. I think you could make the same argument as you're doing for the total development square footage, right? What is protective about that? And I think it would only be in those instances where there were impacts, where a large, like for instance, in the LCP. If you have an existing accessory building, so in the Muni Code, if you have an existing accessory building that you convert to an ADU, it can be as big as the building. In the LCP, it cannot. It has to meet the 900. And this was developed with Coastal, and that's what Coastal had wanted. We had tried several other options. Our first try was to exempt as much as possible, and Coastal was not comfortable with those exemptions, and so the exemptions you see were worked out with Coastal staff.
Jeff, let me just add
okay, John,
to this question that as the Riddicks, I said, they were complaining about no variances allowed. Well, it's my understanding that this is supposed to be sort of an automatic deal, and you follow certain rules and you get fees waived in 60 days and all this kind of stuff. And in our system, if you want variances, you get a CDP. And it's not you can't do it, you get a CDP and you ask for one. It's just a matter of a hearing instead of an automatic. Is that correct?
Trevor, go ahead.
Sure. I circle back on this. What we have here is the commission, if it wants to, allow, Hughes is closer to state law, that would probably be acceptable to the Coastal Commission. If you want to, remove the TDSF cap and you want to remove the setbacks as the Riddick's wanted, that is probably an option that the council could, pursue on this, but it's not required to, as what's set up here. Our local coastal program is the implementation of the Coastal Act within the city. And, because of that,
that's basically the argument, though, is that because the LIP is the implementation of the Coastal Act, that everything in our current LIP is sacrosanct, and we don't need to change it.
Right.
We're good, right? That's the argument you're making, Trevor, right?
Yeah. Well, with some exceptions, there are some provisions about processing and certain types of ADUs that that are exempt, and that's why the city is currently, we believe, in compliance with these state laws, is because of that.
Okay.
And so what we're doing here is we are, for two reasons. Number one, for to bring in the system that we need to put that in place in our LCP. Also, for consistency with that, and for the purpose of this, there is guidance from the Coastal Commission, and HCD that coastal cities should try to hew closer to the state law. And there is also a bill, currently being considered in the legislature, which would compel, coastal jurisdictions to also be, subject to these limitations other cities are under as well. And so, if coastal cities are flaunting, the purpose of the law, that there could be political pressure, and we could end up being in a different position here. But that's where we're at.
Okay, I'm going to go to Dennis.
I'm just wondering if first of all, if this is going to help us in the housing element, how about if we're just selfish for ourselves, for the city of Malibu, to help with that? In other words, if this is supposed to be take the state off of our back and everybody else off our back on the housing element for affordable housing, I'm not sure why we'd have to push back too much here. Why wouldn't we, as a city, just kind of want to do this to help our own selves out? I mean, we're helping our community, but we're also helping ourselves out here in the end against those that would normally come after us for something. Am I thinking half correct there?
Depends on how we structure it.
You are right, Dennis, in terms of if there is low rent housing that is put in through these ADUs that could be used to help meet the RHNA numbers for the city.
Question, Trevor, on this. These become CDPs that aren't appealable. And so I'm very, very reluctant to give up on things like TDSFs when some future planning manager can go, oh, that was an ancillary building that was 10,000 square feet. It was a barn, but we'll make it an ADU because it's existing. And by the way, we won't count it for TDSF. And now we have a 20,000 square foot house. I just can't go that direction. And I assume that's what could happen. People know how to bend the rules.
Go ahead, Trevor.
That is not what's proposed right here. You could, move that direction potentially if that's what you want staff to go back and work on. It sounds like you wouldn't. But if there's a variance or these types of requests to vary from the LCP, that type of entitlement would still require a coastal development permit hearing before the Planning Commission.
Not the way this is written. If we say we're not going to, we can't restrict this stuff. If we say an ACDP, for example, in the Riddick's case, they're over the TDSF, or they were planning to be. And
So it doesn't qualify because it doesn't meet the requirements of the LIP. So,
right. Okay. That was my question. Okay. I just want to bring up another.
Let me shift around a little bit. I'm sorry, Craig, you had your hand up, I think.
I didn't have it up just yet. I had some kind of opening remarks, but I don't want to interrupt the flow of what's going on right now. So
okay,
I'll hold my powder.
Okay, John, go back.
Well, in reading the county one that passed, they basically eliminate us. They eliminate anybody in the mountains. They eliminate anybody in the high fire district. So that's us. We're if we were in the county, we wouldn't have this at all. And so what I'd like to ask Mr. Leisman, I guess, maybe Trevor, but if we were in the county, would we be exempt? And can we use a lot of the things the county uses? They basically say anything in the mountains can't build, for example.
well, I'll start and then I'll pass it to Todd. I'm not, if you'll talk about the county ordinance in more detail.
Well, I'm just the
But
one.
we already allow, like second units and guest houses. So a lot of these are going to be, recharacterized as ADUs as part of this. But there would be more flexibility. Todd or Joyce, do you want to talk about the county and how that, relates to what we're proposing here?
Commissioner Mazza, I think you're referring to the High Fire District County Ordinance. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm referring to the one that's in our appendix.
Is that the Justine? Is that
Exhibit A? I think it
It
is.
was actually it was submitted by Craig Hill and as part of a.
No, it's in the staff report. I mean, in the thing. It's page.
It was attached as part of somebody's correspondence. It's the Los Angeles County ADU ordinance, which we referred to when thinking about the fire safety language.
Well, I just want to give you a couple things they have in here, and this is on page 15 of that exhibit. It says permitted areas, administrative dwelling units and junior dwelling units shall be prohibited in the following areas: lots located in Topanga, blah 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 blah. That doesn't. Lots in the Santa Monica Mountains, north area, which is everybody above us, and only reticular access to Lobo Canyon and Triunfo Canyon. Very high fire severity zone. All of it eliminated. For example,
So the idea is, without reading the whole thing, John, the idea is that because it's in a high fire zone and we're in a high fire zone, the question is, could we simply just not allow ADUs at all? Should we just ignore the proposed ordinance?
Yeah, that's basically it. Or why not?
Okay, so Trevor.
Sure. If you want to, explore that, staff can go and bring that back, but that would be actually rolling back, the second units and guest houses that are allowed currently under code. So you would be talking about making a dramatic change from what's currently allowed.
Let me raise that issue because I think it's helpful to as my thinking about this has evolved. I think it's helpful to contrast what's proposed with what's already in place. And I know there are a lot of procedural changes that are going in that are proposed, but in terms of the substance, there really isn't that much difference between what's proposed and what we already do. Is that not correct?
No.
Justine, somebody?
That's correct. We're basically changing a second unit to call it an ADU. There would be more restrictions on it when you are in the LCP, but no.
More than exists now.
I would say less.
I'm just trying to think. Justine, can you or Richard, can you think on the second units? Would there be? I think they would be the same, really.
The only thing I'm aware of is under our current practice, it's explicit that you're also allowed to have a 400 square foot garage, and it's not counted as part of the second unit square footage. You omit any reference to the garage in the proposed ordinance. And I don't know whether that's because you just didn't think of it or you decided to want to exclude it or what. But is there some reason why garages were excluded, Justine or Joyce?
No, I don't know that there was a specific reason why garages were excluded. You could propose a garage additionally. I don't know that we would prohibit you from having a garage as an accessory structure in general, as long as it complied with the rest of our code as we would now. I think that's something that we could make more explicit as a change if that's of interest. And Joyce, you asked me another question.
I was just trying to address Chair Jennings' question is whether the ADU ordinance is more restrictive or is the same as our second unit ordinance in terms of what is allowed.
Not in terms of the procedure. I get that. But.
Yeah, the procedure is different, but I mean, right now, I guess it's actually right. So you can only do a 900 square foot second unit. But
right. Okay.
Right.
And right now you can do a 10,000 square foot second unit.
So you're getting a larger ADU.
Right.
But right. So we increase the maximum.
Can I get an explanation on? We're not eliminating the CDP process where you can get an accessory dwelling unit that's bigger than 900 square feet, as I understand it. Well, but you have to go through the CDP process. We're not eliminating that section. We've been approving bigger 900 square feet second units forever, and as accessory units.
We have a hard 900 square foot cap on accessory on second units.
No, we only have it on guest house.
No.
Right now, if you came in and said, I want to build a art studio with a 2 bedrooms and a kitchen, and it's 2,200 square feet, we can allow that, and under our codes right now.
The accessories, there is no hard number cap on accessory stables, art studios, whatever. But once you start calling them living quarters, then they become a second unit, as I understand it. You correct me if I'm wrong, staff. And there's a 900 square foot top cap that was written into the LCP. I remember it clearly because when the Coastal Commission wanted to do it, they wanted to limit it to 750 square foot. And the only guy on the Coastal Commission at that time who had any building experience said, make it 900. They're just going to build a garage and make that and bootleg that anyway. So they went to 900. But that is a cap. It's 900 square feet.
That's correct. I mean, it doesn't prevent anybody from proposing a art studio and a second unit, but they'd still have to meet the total development square footage, the setbacks, and everything else. Nothing would change. In terms of the question as to whether somebody could get a coastal development permit to have a larger ADU, larger than 1,200 square feet, my first instinct is no, because that's the limit, right? So that's you could probably ask for a variance on your setback, right, or the height of the building or something like that. But the size of the structure, I don't think you would be able to and get a variance to have a larger, accessory dwelling unit.
You could always request it, but you're not going to be able to probably find a neighborhood where that's going to exist, considering the limits we currently have in place.
Right.
Okay, but my original question was the county basically took us out of it if we were still part of the county. do we have to have an ADU? And the way I look at it, the only difference between what we have now is a 900 square foot limit on an accessory unit, and you got to pay a CDP fee and go through the hearing, versus changing it over and calling it an ADU and saying no review, Richard can approve it, and it doesn't cost you many fees. Is there any difference between the two? Oh, you don't have to have parking either. So, or garage. So it's much more lenient, but is it required?
So, let me give you an answer, John. And I think the clear answer is in the government code, because 65852.2, which is the one that contains all this stuff, it not only it doesn't just contain the requirements of this is what the ordinance has to say. There's also another paragraph that says, oh, and by the way, if you don't pass an ordinance, then anybody who makes an application gets to have a clear field. I mean, they get to get a non-discretionary review passage of their application. So if we can't really ignore it, because we either have to pass an ordinance or we have to let people just come in through the door as required by.
Well, that is my real question.
Trevor, let me take
let me rephrase it for Trevor real quickly. That is, we've got this section that says it's not going to change anything in the LCP. Okay, I mean, you don't have to. That I just read, and so you don't have to change anything. And so, what requires you to change the name, basically?
Okay, well, let's be clear here. We do need to make procedural changes here to comply with state law. And, if someone applies right now, for one of these, we're not going to be able to have a hearing before the planning commission on it. We just can't. It's prohibited by law. So, we need to make our LCP to bring it into compliance so we can process these things the way that they need to be. In terms of the substantive requirements for these ADUs, what we're putting into the LCP, you guys do have more discretion about it, as we talked about. So I think it's good to focus on what you want that to look like, and not focus on the terminology here. The terminology there is, because that is the new terminology that's used for these types of units now, and it's just going to be confusing and problematic if we try to hang on to second unit and guest house and other types of terms when the rest of the state is operating with JADUs and ADUs, and we're to say, well, this is actually an ADU and this one is a JADU and this one is XYZ. So bringing those terms in is going to make this clearer and more understandable to the public and to the state, and I don't think we should be messing with the terms. Again, like the substantive issues is what you guys should really focus on in terms of, what is actually going to be constructed, under these things, and, what you see is, one allowed, what you want changed from what is existing right now, and, and that is in compliance with, the LUP and the purposes, that are put here from HCD, from these laws, and from the Coastal Commission. That's what we're balancing here, and that's why we're trying to come up with an ordinance and an LCP amendment that bring us into compliance and streamline the process, and make it as everyone said, it's very complicated. Try to make this easier for everyone to understand, and have a process that's being used that is clearly laid out in our codes.
Well, Richard, Richard,
just a second, John. Let me go to Craig. He's got his hand up now.
Let me just mention this one though. You mentioned that there's a law being run through the Assembly and the Senate or whatever right now to just say, no, you got to do this. If we go through this whole process and go through an LCP amendment, is that going to happen shortly? And should we bother or wait and see if it passes?
We need to forge ahead, and you never know what these. You can never wait on Sacramento. Who knows if that's going to pass, or if it's going to be a 2-year bill, or what it's going to shake out is. If we haven't, an LCP amendment in place, we may end up being grandfathered in. It may say if you have something in place that's close, then you're okay. Otherwise, these provisions apply. It can, these things can go in a lot of different directions. And if we are ignoring, the ADU laws and this push from the state, that's going to be an exhibit that people are going to hold up and say we should, pass this law because the coastal jurisdictions are ignoring it, and we can't get ADUs into the coastal zone, and that's. I wouldn't. Sorry, it was a long explanation to say I would not wait to see what happens on that. And if it does come, we can always make changes to it. This is an LCP amendment. It'll go up to coastal. If that comes into play in between, coastal will probably propose amendments to it to bring it into compliance, and they'll come back to us.
Okay, Craig.
Yeah, let me first just say I have a bunch of substantive reasons why we might want to continue it, and maybe I'll save those till we get close to the end and we see how far we've gotten. But on this, basically, we're talking about a procedure for a more fast-track, streamlined thing as the alternative to having to get a CDP. So, what I've heard from people when I was talking to people last summer about this and into the fall, and then didn't really talk about it for a while, but what I was hearing then was really divided. There were some people who just felt like these should be really limited and we should be allowed to make them really small, and other people saying, oh yeah, these should be as big as possible. 900 is too small. We need the full 1200. And that led me to a sense of some sort of scale or graduated system. And looking at the code now, I see that we cannot specify a minimum lot size, but we can specify lot coverage, whatever that means exactly. And so my thought was that you could express it, and just for numbers for illustrative purposes, you could say that on a lot of 10,000 square feet, which is almost a quarter acre, that you could have an ADU of 5% of that coverage. That would be a 500 square foot. Or you could say 4%. That would be a 400, whatever that number. And then you could have a curve or several graduated steps up to, say, an 80,000 square foot lot, which is almost 2 acres. And say at that level, if you said 1.5% of the lot coverage of 80,000, that gets you your 1,200 square foot. And then, of course, everything above that would be capped at the 1,200. So I don't know, you could play around with those numbers. I picked those numbers because they fit pretty easily with the percentage. And again, if the thought is that this is what we're providing on the fast track, then it maybe makes sense to say on these smaller lots, we'll limit the size somewhat. And if you really do want to try to squeeze a bigger thing on a smaller lot, then you come in for the CDP.
Okay, but reacting to that, I was thinking about that because I read your communication. The government code section has a list of things that local governments cannot do. It says, for example, notwithstanding paragraph 1, a local agency shall not establish by ordinance any of the following. A, B, and C is any other minimum or maximum size for an accessory dwelling unit upon a percentage of the proposed or existing primary dwelling, or limits on lot coverage, floor area ratio, open space, and minimum size.
Well, and what you just said, actually, before we get to your main point, when you said percentage of the main house size, that would kill the 50% rule that we've just been talking about.
Well, yeah, that's I think that's true. And the question is, the whole argument is whether that provision of the government code says you shall not do this, and we're saying no, because we're in the coastal zone, we get to do that.
And somewhere it says you can't specify minimum lot size, but expressly you can specify lot coverage without explaining what that means.
Well, right here it says you can't specify lot coverage. You can't base it on lot coverage. It's just, here.
Maybe I'm referring back to the coastal letter. Or
yeah, I don't know. Let me. We basically, I think we've got the parameters of what we're talking about. We're talking about, whether it's going to make it tighter or looser and how to do that. There's the other question that drove me pretty much to distraction as I was trying to get my mind around it was the zoning ordinance, the proposed zoning ordinance provisions, because they basically track the state ordinance is what is allowed. but they end up creating a set of rules saying you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. But unstated in that is, no, you can't, because you're never going to get to the zoning ordinance because it's all going to be tied up at the LIP level. In other words, in the sections about, it's 1744-060 approvals, and it says it lays out the four steps or the four categories that Joyce went through earlier. Converted on a single family lot, limited detached on single family lot, converted on a multifamily lot. Well, if you just read the zoning ordinance, as I did, limited detached on a single family lot, that's me. I could do that, really? And by reading that ordinance, it says, yeah, you can do that, but you can't, really. And so I guess my question is, why put together an ordinance that basically is designed to mislead people when you're never going to get to that position?
Jeff,
And
Todd
I guess
had
that's my question. My question's for Todd.
Todd had his hand up there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. It's nice to be with you again. It's nice to chime in here. The ordinance, the zoning ordinance is not misleading. In fact, we went to some lengths to send a clear message right up front to the reader that they need to check the LCP, because that very well might apply. So that's in there. We're trying to send clear signals. Nobody's misleading anybody. What we're struggling with here, I think, is the result of competing state policy interests. The state has a very strong interest in promoting housing, as you know. The state also has a very strong interest in protecting the coastal resources. These two are at loggerheads to some degree. And the uneasy balance that the state has struck, for the time being at least, is that the LCP rules, with the exception of the public hearing requirement, all of our coastal regulations remain unaffected, unfazed, unchanged, not preempted. They remain in full force and effect for everything that doesn't merit an exemption or a waiver. I like to explain it like this to my clients sometimes, is that I think of the coastal regulations, the LCP, like a big, thick blanket that we throw over the city and the coast. And underneath that blanket is underlying zoning regulations. The state has valued that coastal layer to be preeminent. There are some holes in that blanket. The state suggests, but does not require, that we leave holes for certain types of ADUs, like a converted ADU or a junior ADU. Coastal has said, in an effort to kind of harmonize its regulations with the ADU law, that it doesn't consider a junior ADU, for example, to be development. So with that in mind, when it comes to how the city regulates ADUs and other development in the city, it has to get, it hits that coastal blanket first. And if it fits in a hole and falls down to that zoning layer, well, we have to have a zoning layer or a zoning ordinance in that zoning layer that conforms to the state ADU law. Otherwise, otherwise we have no valid ordinance. We have no opportunity to regulate outside of the building code and the 2 or 3 minimal criteria that are in the state law itself. So really, it's not misleading at all. It's just we're trying to craft the backstop that when something does not is not subject to our coastal regulations, which are the bread and butter of development regulation in the coastal zone, when something is not subject to that, and it's only subject to the underlying zoning, we need to have, or we think it's good to have, an ADU ordinance that complies with state law, so that you at least get to exercise the local control that state law allows. Trevor, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, Chair Jennings, also, we're going to be required to submit this to HCD, and they're going to be expecting to see an ordinance that is going to be in compliance with state law. And there could be situations in the future where, there could be changes in the law where no longer is the coastal exemption, effective. As we talked about, there's a bill out there right now. And so if that goes away, then there needs to be something in place. Otherwise we'll fall under the general state law. And, what's done here is use the discretion, that we have within there to, have something compliant with the state law requirements, but also is Malibu specific. So that is, the fallback there that, yes, in many cases, if it's not an exempt project, those provisions won't come into play, but that doesn't mean they won't ever come into play. And it also, like I said, there's an administrative process with the state that we're going to submit that to, and they're going to look at it. And by having this, we ensure that we have a good fallback in place rather than, what the minimum requirements of the state law.
When we submit to HCD, do we submit just the zoning ordinance, or do we submit the zoning ordinance and the LCP amendments? Or do the LCP amendments go to the Coastal Commission alone without the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance go to HCD without the LCP?
Correct.
But how does it go?
The latter.
They just go separately.
Yes, HCD only has jurisdiction over the ADU ordinance. The coastal only has jurisdiction over the LCP and LIP. But
Okay.
they're talking, and coastal is thinking hard about how to harmonize them, so they might have comments.
Okay.
Can I comment on that, Jeff?
Yeah, sure, John.
I also am worried about the administration of this. We have to, when somebody walks up to the counter, you've got 60 days to pump it out the other side. Or whoever, I shouldn't say the counter, the planning department. And somebody has to, on each individual property, figure out if it follows the LCP. And there's a lot of things to, figure out. Is there ESHA there? Is it on this slope, that slope? Is it near a stream? Blah, blah, blah. Which is going to take some time. And so if we got, and I know people say nobody wants these. Everybody I know that's got an economic interest wants one. They figure they can go out in the valley, buy one, throw it in their backyard, and rent it out for $4,000 a month. I mean, that's, you're naive if you don't think that's true. And so if we get 100 of these come in a month, first month maybe, we'll be overwhelmed. So I think it's important that we make sure that it's very, very clear. Or we have or if we're permitted, we have a process to make sure the application is complete and has all this information on it. Is there a butterfly grove on there? Is there, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of stuff in the LCP that we go through every 2 weeks. We go through hours on each project. So I don't know how we do it, but we've got to make it simple for the planning department. Because the thing I'm concerned about is just like the Woolsey fire exemption, where anybody who got burned can basically build whatever Richard says is okay. And there's no real appeal. And then we've had appeals because his decisions are appealable for view issues and moving buildings and things like this. So there's a transparency issue there too. We've got to make sure all these things are transparent and fast. 60 days is very quick.
It seems to me that that's one of the things where the state has been really explicit in terms of the processing has to be non-discretionary. It has to be ministerial, basically.
Can we set it up to where their application that starts at 60 days is complete?
Well, that's
reviewed it?
That's what staff has said earlier, that the 60-day clock only starts to run when the application is complete. And of course, historically, that was what the Coastal Commission always did. Is that you never really reached completion, and the clock never really started.
So do we have to say what that application has to have in it? Because
sure.
There's a lot of things that I didn't see in there, biological assessment, all this kind of stuff.
Commissioner Miles, all that stuff would be in the application. Justine has already, I think I've seen 3 different things that she's created: a flow chart, an application. So all of those things would be listed as required in order to be a complete application. You'd have to submit an application that would show whether there's ESHA and so all of those would need to be part of your packet before it would be complete. Did you want to add anything to that, Justine?
Yeah, thanks, Joyce. That's exactly right. So I've kind of gone through the exercise of what would this look like if somebody came to the counter or called me and ran through different scenarios. And so in doing that, I prepared some of the materials that you're talking about, checklists, submittal guides, just kind of drafts to help think about how this would go. We have had a junior ADU already, somebody was interested in applying, so we went through that exercise, ended up never coming to fruition, but we've drafted those application materials. And the other thing that I'd like to mention too is that part of the LEAP grant funding that we applied for and have recently been awarded, part of what we requested that funding for was to create a more robust website and materials for ADUs because it is complicated. And so to be very transparent about the process and about the impacts of the ordinance, the intention is to use that funding to make both the intake and the output ADUs in the city more clear and transparent overall.
But are they transparent to the neighbor, let's say? Does he ever get to see any of this stuff? Because it looks to me like it's all Richard. If he approves it, it's done. And you can't appeal it, and you never have a hearing, and you never have a staff report, and you don't have anything to look at.
Well, keep in mind that most of the ADUs as currently drafted are going to require an ACDP. So I think there are going to be very few that go directly to the Muni Code and a building permit only, simply because in order to be exempt for even an attached, you would have to meet all the setbacks. So you couldn't have a 4-foot setback. You couldn't have and so I think that and keep in mind that those ADUs are reported, the approval of those are reported to the Planning Commission and to the Coastal Commission.
Okay,
and the APRs if they have a discretionary permit.
So this is not like the Woolsey thing where we don't see a lot of ACDPs. We will see every single one of them.
The Planning Commission will not see them, but the application that will be processed would be an ACDP as opposed to a building permit.
Okay, but what I'm wondering is, you're the neighbor, you're whatever, you're the homeowners association. When can you review that and see if it is followed all the rules?
Let me ask Todd or Trevor, is there any opportunity for noticing neighbors is there any prohibition against sending out a notice to the neighbor that somebody is building an ADU next door?
No, not in the law, but it gets a little tricky then, right? Because you're now sending a notice out to the neighbors, but there is no public hearing.
Right, and no
you
appeal.
can't hold a public hearing.
All right.
Right, and do we have to change the LCP because the LCP says every decision Richard makes is appealable?
It doesn't mean that they can't be appealed.
Well, if you can't see them, you can't appeal them.
Well, that's a different problem. There is a right to appeal the decision.
But how do you know it even occurred?
The city can't hold a public hearing, so that appeal cannot go to the city. That appeal must go to Coastal.
And that's only if it's in the appealable zone.
Perhaps.
What?
That might be the case. I don't.
So what I'm saying is virtually everything.
The way it's written.
Everything that's on the other side of the highway than the beach, essentially, nobody ever sees. It just gets built if Richard approves it, And
All
you
I'm
can't
saying is that
appeal
the
it.
law does not prohibit notice, but notice gets really tricky if you give notice to the neighbors and there is no public hearing.
Well, maybe you just say, I mean, if it's an ACDP, there should be an appeal path to the commission. So maybe you say to the
There
neighbor,
isn't.
notice.
There cannot be an appeal path.
There
to the
cannot
commission.
be.
No, but can there be a,
Can you say to the
disclosure?
neighbor, can you say to the neighbor, this is a done deal, but if you don't like it, then I don't know. No.
Well, can you have a disclosure of what the ACDP was? Because you can't appeal to the city, to the coastal commission.
Do we have anything that's like a reporting
We don't know what it
requirement,
was.
like how we deal with like the
De
Woolsey
minimis
Park
waivers. De minimis waivers is a good example.
Do we have something in there on that? I thought we.
We discussed putting, so the only reporting requirement for the APRs would be those that contain a discretionary permit. And the reason we did not do a reporting a requirement for others is as Todd suggested, if we report it to the planning commission and they can't do anything about it, we're like, you know, why report it if the action's final and the planning commission or the public can't appeal it?
Well, they can to the coastal commission.
Only if it's a ACDP and only if it's in the coastal zone. So
Okay,
the coastal
thank
doesn't want to hear anything that's not in the, I mean, not the coastal zone, the appeal zone. Coastal said they don't want to hear anything that's not in the appeal zone.
So those are not even going to be reported, though, are they?
So the items that would be,
I'm sorry, Justine.
oh, sorry, go ahead, Justin.
No, I was just going to say only if they have a discretionary permit.
Yeah, but see, my question is, somebody in the staff decides, well, I'm going to ignore the ESHA setback. I like these guys. Or something like that. I'm going to let him move the second floor of his house. I'll use that as an example. But
Okay, John, I think we get the point. But the rules are the rules. We can't. What they're telling you is this is what the state law is requiring.
But
And I
the
agree.
rules-
I admit that there's problems with it. You'd rather have it be appealable. You'd rather have it come to the to the planning commission. But that's just not an option here. So why berate it? I mean,
well, I'm not trying to be rated. I'm saying if you violate the Coastal Act and approve something that's not approvable, I guess what you're saying is the only way you have redress is to sue the city. Is that right?
So, yeah, I don't know that Richard would, you know, approve an ADU that was in the ESHA setback. I mean, right? So, I mean, I think you're taking it to the extreme. You know,
I know what I mean. The ESHA setback. Any other rule.
Well, exactly. So remember, the very first thing the staff is going to do when an application is submitted is we're going to review it to see if it meets the requirements in the LCP. That's the very first thing we'll do. I mean, that's it. We'll pick it up and look at it and because only by doing that will we know whether it's an ACDP or an APR.
Correct. The only question is, did you do it properly?
Okay, Dennis.
So the first thing I wrote in here for me, what I'm thinking of, by what everybody's talking about right now, are the roof lines, the roof heights. And the first thing you're going to get in a fight about is that 16-foot high roof. Now, we're allowed to do that. I personally feel that we shouldn't. I feel that should be a 2.5 to 1 or a 3 to 1 roof. And you're gonna stop a fight right there because you've got a roof that's not that high. I don't know about their primary view determination and how that's going to come in when the house goes up. But if you got a lower roof than 16 feet, and that's something we could all agree to and make work, it'll probably help a lot of situations. All of a sudden, the building's up and your neighbor's going, well, what the heck's going on here? Just a thought.
16 feet is the minimum, but the state is the lowest we are allowed to go, isn't it?
Right, but can we make that change? I mean, that will be huge.
The ordinance proposes 18 feet, and that's
okay.
Right. So the state says you can't go lower than
16. You're right.
So you could make it at 16, but the thought was is that since the existing code allows you to go 18 feet, that it made sense to be consistent with that. If you wanted to go over the 18 feet, then you no longer have a ministerial project. You have kicked yourself into a site plan review, which is a discretionary project, and then that discretionary project, the site plan review process, would follow the same process they follow now. And Justine, that those are appealable, right? If somebody felt that a 24-foot ADU was blocking their view.
Yeah, but Joyce, Trevor, Todd, is this something we're allowed to make a change to if the rest of the commission feels the same?
Make it, Commissioner Smith, do you want to, you mean, yes, you can make a, you can allow any height that you want as long as it's at least 16 feet.
We don't have to make some other changes.
I'm sorry, what? Craig?
Yeah, two things following on Dennis. The 16 feet, that's the state minimum, but it doesn't specify, is that a 16-foot flat roof or like what you just said, maybe a sloped roof with 16 feet at the max. The other comment related would be, maybe you say you can have minimum 18 with the solar panels inclusive. I don't know what the standard usually with the solar panels, you would add those to the 18-foot height, but maybe you say, we call it 18, but that incorporates the Solar Rights Act.
Yes, I don't know, Justine or Richard, do you, if somebody had a second unit, you wanted to put solar panels on it, do you count the solar panels toward their 18 feet? I don't know.
You can't by law.
No. Yeah, we can't be regulating solar.
Okay.
Then we could just say 16 and it's a sloped roof with 16 at the max.
Well, let me ask you this. We have discretion in the coastal zone. Do we have any discretion over 16 feet? Because it's different than the state law. It's different than the state law.
Yeah.
We don't have to follow the state law 100%, correct, Trevor? That's what the Coastal Commission sent us a letter about.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify so I could understand too. Are we talking about, I mean, we have the discretion to, be more generous and allow, these to be higher. I wasn't sure if Dennis, if you were referring to the municipal code changes or if you're referring to the LCP changes.
I guess the municipal code. My thought is the lower the roof, less than 16 feet. And if you add solar panels, the better off I think all of our neighborhoods are going to be and the neighbors to themselves. I think if you've got a roof that's on a 900 square foot building that's barely 3 feet high, even if you've got 9-foot ceilings, you're just going to save a lot of trouble with people. I just see this, the good of the ADU will go away when somebody can't see past something. And we have an opportunity, I was hoping, to have that happen, that where the roof is lower, period.
The question there also.
Lower, I'm sorry, it could be lower than 18 feet if that's the desire of the commission.
But you're saying
it could be 16 feet, but it couldn't be any lower than 16.
Why is 16 the number, Joyce? I mean, what's the magic there that 16 feet?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the state. Todd, if you have any insight into why they picked 16, that was a state rule, was 16.
So did they say anything about 1 and 2 stories? I mean, it seems to me a 900 square foot building that's 16 feet high is weird. It's just harder to heat. And what are you going to do with all that space up there in the air unless you make 2 stories out of it? And also, I see all these ads, and maybe Dennis can answer this. I see all these ads in the Valley papers now. Get your ADU and we'll truck it in and put it in tomorrow. And they don't look 16 feet high, and they're going to truck them in, and you don't truck in 16-foot high things. You got to get under bridges. They're like mobile homes. So I think there's something weird about this 16 foot.
Maybe Todd, can you weigh in on the 16? I'm correct, right? 16 is the lowest you can go, right?
So let me yes, I'll answer that, but let me step back just a step. Again, we're talking about 2 different layers of regulation. There's the coastal layer that is embodied right now in your LCP. And then there's your zoning layer. That's where your ADU ordinance lives. That's what the ADU law refers to. Those two are separate. And that latter, the ADU ordinance, only comes into play if something falls through that zoning layer, untouched. Okay? So in the context of that zoning ordinance, the ADU ordinance, that is largely dictated by state law, the state, for whatever reason, picked 16 feet as the smallest maximum a city can allow. A city can't impose, through its ADU ordinance in the zoning code, the city may not impose a height restriction of 15 feet or 14 or 13 or 12. It can, however, raise it above 16 if it wants to be more generous. The city always has that option through its ADU ordinance. Not many cities do. So 16 feet, I don't know why it's the magic number, but I don't know why 55 miles per hour was the magic number for a long time either. Government is in the business of picking arbitrary lines and drawing them in the sand.
So if we set our LCP at 12 feet, would that mean effectively it's 12 feet?
They're separate. They're separate. Your ADU ordinance has to be 16 feet or greater. Your LCP can be whatever it is, but I'll tell you this, if you don't have 12 feet in your LCP today, when you go to get it certified, Coastal is going to be looking at that critically because it's taking its cues in some measure, and this is where it gets real fuzzy because it's just agencies talking to agencies without anything official. But Coastal is taking a lot of its cues about what's reasonable in an LCP from what HCD says in the ADU law, or what it says in the ADU law and HCD's view of that. So as a practical matter, yes, you can set your LCP or try to set your LCP at 12 feet if that's what you want. It's separate from your ADU ordinance. Your ADU ordinance has to be at 16. But when you push that up to Coastal for certification, I bet you're going to get it back all marked up.
That's crazy.
What if you said, okay, 16, but it's required to be a sloped roof? If you can't have a flat, or if you want a flat roof, that's a different standard, and maybe it's lower.
Well, I think if you've got a reasonable case to make and you can pitch it to Coastal, and they might buy it. We don't know yet what they're willing to sign off on in terms of lower than 16 feet. Maybe a flat roof goes lower than 16 feet.
But I think they were talking about two different things again. You're right, Craig. We could put a 16-foot peaked roof limitation in the zoning ordinance because all the zoning ordinance says is you can't make it lower than 16 feet. So if you could, that doesn't preclude having a peaked roof requirement. As far as the LCP is concerned, we can say 12, we can say 10, we can say 8.5. Whatever we want to say, with the thought, as Todd says, of getting it approved through Coastal. That becomes the problem. But it doesn't seem to me to make much sense to have one rule in the zoning ordinance and a different rule in the LCP. It seemed to me it would make more sense to say 16 feet with a peaked roof on the zoning ordinance and in the LCP, unless they could come up with a better argument for it. And by the way, just an aside, there's when we talk about the process of going through the LCP to get a coastal development permit or an administrative coastal development permit, I think that we should probably call them ADU CDPs rather than ACDPs, because the administrative CDP regulations are pretty specific and talk about things about, for example, being reported to the Coastal Commission and being appealed. And if 3 commissioners don't like it, they can ask it to come back as a full CDP. Those things don't apply to the ADU CDP. And so I think that just for clarity's sake, when you're writing about it and talking about it, you ought to make a distinction and not mix the two up.
That's a great idea.
And Chair Jennings, I will say that the ordinance as it's written does have how you measure height. And So it doesn't just say 18 feet. It says,
No, it says from the finished grade or the natural grade, whichever is lower, right? Just like
exactly, which is, I believe, how they measure height now.
Right, and what we say in our ordinance now is that, you know, it's 18 feet or it's 24 or 20, what is it, 24 or 26, depending on whether you've got a flat roof or a sloped roof. So you can make, we do make those distinctions now.
Right.
Include sloped roof. Yeah, Todd, you have your hand up, Todd.
May I just real quick, Commissioner Hill's references to the flat roof make me think that maybe I should clarify or just point out that so far, HCD on the zoning side, that 16 feet, HCD has been fine with us saying that's the maximum peak height. I know some cities say that the height is really the median of the slope and all that, and a flat roof, but it's so far we've had no indications from the state that it has to be anything that it can be that it can't be the peak height. So I don't know if that helps at all, Commissioner Hill, but
well,
peak height is fine.
Would it satisfy the code to say you get the whatever number we say, 16, 18, say 16, and that's the peak? If you're really dead set, you get that, but as an option, if you really want a flat, because that goes with your overall design of your main house, whatever, that you get something less than that, maybe that the overall volume is comparable to a 16-foot sloped.
I like that thought, but I would not, in the zoning side, again, I mean, you can do those kinds of things however you want and get them past coastal on the coastal side, on the LCP side. But in the zoning side, in that ADU ordinance, I would not say that anything has to be lower than 16 feet. So a flat roof and a peak, I'd set them there. If you want to say a peak can be at 18 and a flat can be at 16, I think you're still golden, but I wouldn't drop it below 16. Because that's not the way the law is written.
And let me ask the commission, Commissioner Hill, what would be the purpose of, or maybe Commissioner Smith, that you were the one that suggested, of keeping it at 16 feet? I understand it's a visual, right? You're trying to keep it as accessory as possible.
It's the option.
You need to keep in mind is that all of the existing second units that will be converted to ADUs are already at 18 feet. I'm assuming that they got built. I think that the fire rebuilds, I don't know, I'd have to ask Richard or Justine whether the people that have come in and built what they hope to convert to an ADU, they may be at already 18 feet, so we may be setting up two different standards, is my point.
Well, my thought.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, John. We need an answer to that because I think that's kind of an important point.
Yeah, well, I'll just say, my thought is, here in Big Rock anyway, there's a few two-story houses, but most are one-story between 11 and 15 feet high because there were CC&Rs at 15, and that's just what it is. So part of this is about, can you build something that's comparable and fits with the existing house? So that's why the thought was you want to have a lower threshold somewhere. So you're not just saying if you want an ADU, it's going to be half again as tall as your main house. And a sloped roof at 16 or that gets close to that. If your main house, my house is 11. And, you know, if I could do this, a sloped roof at 16 would work a lot better than a square roof at 16 or 18. So it's can you fit it with the neighborhood, I think is kind of the main concern.
I think if I could, maybe it'll help if I try to anticipate what Todd was going to say, because then I'm getting my hands around the argument. I think that he doesn't recommend, or he wouldn't recommend doing that in the zoning ordinance, but in the LCP version of it, we can do pretty much what we want to do. We can say that it has to fit with the houses in the neighborhood. We can say, you know, whatever we can think of that we can write is okay in that context, as long as we can get it past the Coastal Commission. Is that all right, Todd?
If it conforms with the Coastal Act, you know, that's, you know.
Right.
Everything needs to be tied back to the coast.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me raise a couple of just wordsmithing issues, if I could just change it just to get them out of the way. In the zoning ordinance, this would be on page 19 of the, whatever it is, 19 of the exhibit. This is I'm talking about setbacks in the middle of the page. It says any ADU subject to this section 1744-090 shall have a front yard setback that is no less than that of the primary structure, or 20 feet for a non-beachfront lot, or the average of the two adjacent neighbors for a beachfront lot. So the way I'm reading that is not less than the primary structure or 20 feet. Whichever is less, whichever is greater, what's the intent there?
Justine, do you know what is the? I'm going to guess we patterned this. Some of this section was written with Bonnie, so your previous.
Give her a call. She's informed.
Well, I'm like, what was Bonnie thinking when we wrote this? Is this how the city measures existing?
It sounds like what the city uses, okay? But it's, as Jeff says, it's not clear. And I think you just copy the city language. It sounds very close to it.
Right. I think that was the intent, was to pattern it. But Justine, what do you?
This is from the state law. So this language comes from there. So because our setbacks are measured differently. And again, anything that involves new construction, a new square footage would be subject to the LCP and be subject to the existing setback standards within the LCP. So
okay, well that's fine. It'd be nice to know what this sentence means, though, one way or other, whether it's or 20 feet more or 20 feet less, whichever is greater, whichever is less. Just add that phrase. Pick one. I don't care. Just make it clear.
Jeff, I assume.
Yeah, Trevor.
I'm looking at this. I think it's saying that the front yard setback, you can't make it closer to the street than the primary structure, or if it's a non-beach front, it's either the primary structure or 20 feet. I guess for the average. So
no, it gives a different one for beachfront.
Yep.
I don't know. I'll leave it to you guys to work out. The other thing I wanted to mention
we'll clean it up.
on wordsmithing is I really resist the idea of using total development square footage when you're talking about a single structure, rather and really there is a definition of a usable definition that would work that's in the LIP of total development square footage, because that's a nice flexible definition. But there really isn't, as far as I know, a definition of TDSF in the zoning ordinance. It just comes out in the middle of that 17.4040. And so I would think you should use a term that's consistent with what you use in other places in the ordinance when you're talking about, when we talk about second units or guest houses or whatever. Use something like livable area or floor area or something like that, rather than using TDSF.
Why would you do that? Why would you change that from every other building in Malibu?
No, because TDSF in general is a measure of the carrying capacity of the land, if you will. It's how many square feet you can put on the property. So it doesn't make any sense to talk about the TDSF of a particular building that's going to go on the property. The phrase TDSF refers to the total amount. It's a number. It's the total amount that you can put on the property.
Right, but we define.
But individual structures are measured by their however you want to define it, living area or Todd, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point, Chair Jennings. And would it help to clarify that if we said, instead of referring to the TDSS of the structure, we referred to its effect on the TDSF?
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, you don't want to change how you calculate TDSF.
No, that's not what I'm doing, John. That's not what.
It didn't sound like it.
Yeah. Okay, those were a couple of just wordsmithing things that I was worried about. We're only at 9 o'clock. We can go on and go on and go on. I don't know if there are particular wordsmithing issues or particular issues that somebody wants to raise that we can talk and try to get out of the way. We haven't done any straw polling so far, and I think maybe it might not be a good idea to wait until we get a little further down the road. John?
I suggest we go through some of the basics of the LIP, not get into the municipal code, because if we get some of the basics, like how big do we want them? You know, what's example, you know, there's just certain things that we can choose, and then they can change that and match that with the municipal code when they come back. Or we can give them questions that.
Okay.
And just go through the LCP from page 1.
You had a suggestion. Craig, you had your hand up too?
Yeah, I had a few things I still wanted to talk about, and I sort of thought that maybe we might get to a quick break and come back, and I'm getting near a break, so.
We could do that. It's 10 minutes. 5-minute break?
Till 9 o'clock?
Yeah,
okay,
when
till
we
9
come
o'clock.
back, one thing I want to talk about is parking, and well, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay.
Everyone
Break till
turn
9
off their-
o'clock.
Okay.
turn off their cameras and mute themselves, please.
Ooh, sorry about that.
got your hand up, Trevor?
Yeah, Chair Jones, I just wanted to, if you don't mind, clarify for the record that there was a graphic that popped up that said the city council has recused to closed session. I just want to let everyone know that's not correct. So,
Okay, I missed it.
everyone was just on pause. There was no closed session that took place. Everyone was just probably getting food or using the bathroom.
Chair Jennings?
Yeah.
I would suggest that we go through the local coastal plan uses.
Yeah, I got you. I've adopted your suggestion already. We're going to start with the
go page by page. Yeah,
that's right. We've done that before on other things. So as soon as we're ready to go, Trevor.
Chair Jennings, is the idea here that we're going to go through some changes to and then continue this to bring it back for further discussion? Is that the item, or are we?
No, there hasn't been a motion to one way or the other. What we're going to do is go through and it's finally beginning to dawn on me that we can go through the LIP sections and make our changes there. It may be pointless for us to go through the zoning ordinance because the zoning ordinance is pretty much baked in place. So, but let's just go through the LIP sections page by page. Make your comments. If I'm looking down at something, raise your hand or somebody alert me if you have a comment. So everybody on Exhibit A, LCP agreements, this is page 1, following the resolution.
Can we do consensus on each so we don't have to go back through it again?
Sure. But if there's no objection, we'll just move on. Page 1, anybody any comment on page 1?
No.
I don't see it. Okay, page 2. Don't see anything. Page 3. Okay, I've got one. At the bottom of page 3, you got references to junior accessory dwelling units. It starts there. So that should be removed. Over on page 4, I note that. I'm sorry, page 3. Yeah, John.
Yeah, I want to know where the 1,200 square feet came from. Last hearing we said 900. All of a sudden we have 2 bedrooms, 1,200.
Right.
That doesn't seem like a ADU to me.
Chair Jennings, what was a change on page 3?
It was just that there's a junior ADU reference. It's the last word on page 3. We were talking about taking out junior ADU references because they're not development.
Okay.
Yeah, right, John. The limits here, this is the size limits of 900 square feet for a studio or 1 bedroom, 1,200 feet for a 2-bedroom unit. You can certainly build a 2-bedroom unit in 1,000 square feet.
No, I understand that, but why are we having 2? Why do we need?
This was just a staff suggestion, I believe.
Okay,
Joyce,
well, I don't see the need for 1,200.
Well, I think also, and Justine, there you are. I couldn't find you there for a minute. Justine can weigh in this. So part of this was when the fire rebuilds were happening, I believe they were told they could have a certain size building to live in while they're building their main home, and then have the opportunity to convert the temporary building into a second unit or an ADU. Is that correct, Justine? Am I?
Right. It seemed that a lot of people were getting the temporary housing as a way to stay on their property, while they go through their rebuild process. And a lot of those were manufactured or prefab in some way. And their maximum allowed for those was 1,200 square feet. And so we proposed the 1,200 square foot maximum as a way of making it, I guess, easier for those people to convert their units into permanent units without having to, figure out how to chop up their prefabricated temporary housing.
Well, let me ask you this: theirs were given ACDPs to develop the burnouts.
No, they were given emergency CDPs.
Well, they also get an ACDP when they finish. Okay.
Okay.
And that would be, I would assume, part of the TDSF of that ADCP, and that ADCP, that temporary would become permanent. It was part of the whole project. So there's a difference between saying Wolsey people have different rules because they burned out, and the future, and the fact that
John,
their ACDP is no different than an auxiliary dwelling unit.
Do you not like the 1,200 square foot limit?
No, I think these are supposed to be low income temporary houses for low income people. 1,200 square feet is a house to a lot of people.
So let's get a straw vote on that. Is there support for John's reduction to what, 900 square feet?
Yeah. Or in other places we say 8. I don't know why we say 8 in some places and 9 in others, but 9's fine. I just don't want to be building houses.
Trevor?
Maybe we could just poll each of the commissioners about, if they want to keep it at 1,200 or what size they would want to.
That's what I'm trying to do, a little straw poll here. Craig, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm not ready to be solid about that because I feel like if were some kind of graduated thing, you might want that at the high end. I feel like there are other things to fit in place before we get to that number.
Okay, fine. Dennis, you have thoughts on it?
I'm not ready to make that call yet either.
Okay, David?
Oh, he froze like I did 2 weeks ago.
David?
He froze.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah, he's gone.
Either that or he died at the switch.
Or he got bored.
Jump in for a minute while we'll work on getting Commissioner Weil back. I just wanted to say that 1,200 square feet does have its origins when the city changed its temporary housing ordinance for the Woolsey fire victims. And the impetus of that was that was the size of these prefab structures. And Commissioner Smith could probably be a better person on this than me with his background. But under the California Building Code, what the building official at the time explained to me was that the city is not going to let you go back and start altering prefab units because those are built to a state standard. And Craig George, the building official at the time, explained the city was not going to give somebody a building permit to lop 300 feet off of one of these. They'd essentially have to demolish the structure and bring the structure in.
Yeah,
okay, well, let's not spend a lot of time debating it, John. There's
I'm
not
not
enough.
debate it. I just want to give a fact.
But
fact
John,
is, there's companies in that advertise they are going to build 300,000 of these in LA, and they're coming up with every size there is, and you can call up on the phone and have a 900 square foot one trucked out tomorrow.
John, there's not enough votes to support it right now. Let's put a pin in it. We'll have to come back to this at a later point in time after we've moved on with it.
While we're waiting for David, can I just say that I really appreciate Richard and Joyce for having done the red line version. Thank you very much for doing it that way. That's the right way.
Chair Jennings, we should really pause because we want to have a full record here for.
Exactly. We will now pause.
That's how
we're working on getting a hold of him. So bear with us.
Okay.
Also, in the nature of non-substantive comments, thank you, Justine, for all your time talking about all this stuff.
Ditto.
And it's also non-substantive, but I found where the garages were, and they're back in that section on page 4, at the top of page 4. So you did include them.
That sounds pretty substantive.
Nah.
Does this mean I have time to go get that my rainbow sherbet out of the freezer?
Sounds like it.
Go for it.
It took you about 10 minutes to get back online last time. So
I know it wasn't me. It was the system.
Yeah.
Go get sherbet.
It's always the system.
It's the man.
That's right.
Alex or Kathleen, whoever's working with him, you can tell him he can also call in if he's not able to get back on. That's okay as well.
Okay, he's calling me now, so.
Okay.
You tell those people are speeding by Jeff's office.
What's that now? You hear my
Speeding by your office out there.
exactly? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Kathleen, if you're talking, see if you can just call in, and you can keep working on getting onto the Zoom. But if he can just call into the Zoom number, then we can proceed. He can still listen in and participate.
I believe Alex is working on that right now.
Okay.
So.
I always wonder what somebody would think if they just happened to tune into the meeting at a point like this.
They dull people.
We're having a Quaker meeting.
A Buddhist meeting. We're meditating.
Okay, so supposedly he's coming in on the phone right now. We'll give him a minute to dial.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex. There he is.
Okay. Can you hear me, David?
Yes, I can now. I don't know what happened there.
Okay.
I lost you when you went to Craig and said, "How do you feel about the height issue?" And that was it.
Right. Well, we basically have three people who weren't willing to basically make a decision on it at this point. So we're going to have to come back to that issue. But you know what the issue is? It's whether you want to reduce the number that's in paragraph 5.22 on page 3,
yes,
lower than 1,200 square feet.
Yes.
Commissioner, well, did you also hear Richard provided a comment about the size of manufactured homes? Did you hear that?
I did not hear that.
Richard, you want to repeat it, please?
Commissioner Weil, there was some question over why 1,200 square feet over 900 square feet. And at the time of the Woolsey fire, and this is something that Justine also pointed out, at the time of the Woolsey fire, the city changed its temporary housing ordinance to allow for up to 1,200 square foot prefab units. And so that is why a lot of folks put those units in with the hopes of keeping them too as ADUs in the future.
I actually did hear that part of the conversation, which led me to conclude that I would not be in favor of reducing it.
Okay.
Richard, question. Would those units qualify if they weren't 16 feet high?
If they weren't 16 feet high.
Because they have to be minimum 16 feet high.
That's the minimum requirement.
Yeah.
If I understand, and Justine or Trevor, jump in and tell me if I'm wrong here, the 16-foot height requirement is saying that the city can't regulate you to a lower height than 16. You're
You don't
welcome.
have to build to 16, right, Todd?
That's
The
right.
16 is,
Yeah, 16 is the max. We talk about it being no lower than that because the city can't impose a lower max.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you
So
can,
let's-
you can bet 16 or less.
Right. So let's move on to page 4. I noted that this is where the garage provisions are. And
Excuse me, Chair, just real quick. But again, that's only on the zoning side. That 16-foot max is only on the zoning side. You're not subject to that on the LCP side.
Got that.
Right.
On this, I'm questioning on 523, the red. Should we be using the term guest house? I thought we were somewhere else eliminating that term and calling it ADU.
we have both ADUs and guest houses now.
Yeah, but I thought we were eliminating guest houses somewhere in here.
No, we will have both ADUs and guest houses.
It's
Right?
with no kitchen.
It took out the term second unit, right? But we've kept guest house.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we changed any reference to a guest unit to a guest house just to be
Okay,
consistent. and
gotcha,
clear.
my error.
Okay, and the removal of the reference to the parking and the junior accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, and on the parking thing, I took my notes are organized differently than just page by page the way we're going. So I guess my parking comments come later, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did.
Yeah, this is just for the JADU. On page 5, anything?
Nope.
Page 6, the only thing I had to add on page 6, public transit, could you rework that so that the grammar is correct? Location including but not limited to a bus stop where the public may access buses and other forms of transportation that charge set fares, run on fixed routes, and are available to the public. No argument with that, I hope. Yeah, Craig?
on the public transit one, and this will feed back into the parking, but the county used a definition where they wanted it to limit it to major transit stops. Theoretically, I guess we could do that too. They have definitions of what those are, but that folds back to the discussion of parking, and we can define this definition from there.
Okay.
Well, I think that's a good term to use, though. All we've done is eliminate parking rides, I guess, or Uber.
Yeah, we did.
And major traffic. We're not a major. This was originally intended for people to go to work.
Right.
Places. Nobody's going to work on the bus from here.
This is all the parking discussion though. So
Yeah, we'll get back to that. 7, page 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I think I have one on 12. Let's see. You bear with me 1 second. Now, on number 2, I'm worried about having no minimum because you don't want to have people build 120 square foot sheds for people to live in. These are supposed to be structures to live in. So I would propose that we have a 400 square foot limit, that which is a garage. So you can convert a garage, but you shouldn't be able to convert your tough shed in the backyard for somebody to live in.
There is a minimum. It's 220 square feet. I believe that's in the
I
definition.
couldn't find one when I looked through it.
I saw that one too. I was about to say the same thing.
Chair and commissioners, I might be able to help. The 220 square feet, whether or not you have it there, is in your building code.
As a livable unit?
Yep, it's called an efficiency unit. The building code won't allow for a dwelling to be smaller than 220 square feet unless the city has affirmatively dropped that down to as low as 150 by ordinance. I bet my bottom dollar that Malibu has not affirmatively dropped it below 220 by ordinance.
So then we should have that in here, shouldn't we? 220 or 220?
It's in the building code. It'll apply no matter what.
But
You could make reference to it there. But just note that on the building code side, it is kind of a sliding scale. It's 220 for up to 2 people, and then the minimum jumps with additional occupants. So
this I'm sorry, on page 12, what I see is the general rules about how big or how small a house can be, and all this is doing is saying it doesn't apply to accessory dwelling units. That's
correct, Chair. That's the intention of this. This is just what we're trying to do here is make sure that folks understand these are the sizes for the main residence, and we're just saying that's all it applies to.
Okay. Well, the reason why this is important to me is this is for multifamily, okay? And so when you get a multifamily, and there's another section that says you get 25% more units if you got a multifamily, which I'm going to get into later, but you could take an apartment, chop it up into little tiny pieces, and take a multifamily building from, say you had a 100-unit apartment building, you can take it up to 150 units.
John, this says that a multifamily unit cannot be less than 750 square feet. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it backwards. Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
All right, so we'll go on to page 13. Just in a comment, note there that in talking about guest houses and the development standards, maximum living area, that's a phrase that you use. It seems to me that you ought to use consistent phraseology when you're talking about maximum living area or development square footage, whatever it is, that the terms, you should use the same term to describe the same thing. Well, it's just a standard of draftsmanship. Then over on 14.
Still in 13?
I can go back to 13.
Yeah, I'm fuzzy about how the numbers per property work out in terms of ADUs and JADUs, and here one guest house is allowed per lot. This is middle of page 13. Guest houses are not allowed on properties with an attached or detached ADU. It seems don't have my head around this completely, but it seems in different places there are different numbers about the totals of things you can have.
I think the standard is you can have one JADU and one either ADU or guest house. Is that not correct?
Or, yeah, that's consistent.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. Can we move on then to 14, which is where a lot of the red line starts? We've already talked about taking out the references to the JADUs.
Yep, we put that as a global comment.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. On number B4, the sentence that ends with physical improvements of the property that does not conform with zoning standards, I would like to add and was previously permitted, because we don't want to include bootleg buildings. And that's consistent with everything else we've done. Now, you can't grandfather a building that never got a permit.
It is. It raises the question. The language pretty much comes from the state statute, does it not?
Well, it does come from the state ADU statute, but again, that
okay.
lives over on the zoning side. This is on the coastal side. You don't have to have the same.
Right, and so I don't think we want to tell anybody that they can, use their bootleg buildings.
Wait a minute. Let me just read it again.
Commissioner Mazza, your comment was to just delete this?
No, I want to put in I want to put in a prohibition against previously permitted.
The way I read this is that they're not talking about the structure that you're turning into an ADU or the ADU itself. What they're talking about is if you want to build
well, they say correct.
You shouldn't have to correct that shed that's back there that somebody else built. You shouldn't have to correct some unrelated zoning issue that may exist, which I think has been.
It doesn't say unrelated.
No,
So-
I know that, but what it says is, if you go back to B, an ADU that conforms to the standards of this section will not be required to correct non-conforming conditions except provided in 310G3, which is the G3 being
setbacks.
Setbacks.
But the reason I'm saying this is because you can take another old unit, an old building, and make it an ADU. You don't have to build it from scratch if it's under 900 square feet. And you can turn it into an ADU, throw a kitchen in it. And as with all of our CDPs, we never allow non-permitted structures to be used.
Yeah, I still don't read this that way. I think that what they're talking about is unrelated, even though it doesn't say it explicitly.
Well, is there a reason not to say it explicitly?
I don't think of any reason.
So that's why I'd like to put that in there.
I think, I'm sorry, I think we could just add, it says that does not conform with current zoning standards and was built legally or something along.
What I would say was previously permitted.
Yeah, Commissioner Mazza, how about in the second sentence, as for purposes of this paragraph, B10, non-conforming zoning means a legally established physical improvement on a property that does not conform with current zoning standards. Would the words legally established inserted there address your concern?
Sure, I was using previously permitted, but legally established is.
It addresses his, it doesn't address mine. My concern is having them say, you got to remove that child's swing, which is in the setback area, because it doesn't conform with the zoning laws before you can build this ADU on the other side of your property.
Well, Jeff, you have to include it in TDSF at least. And
I don't have any quarrel with that.
Trevor's works well for me. I mean, I feel like my house, for example, is 75 years old and I don't have a building permit anywhere, but it is legally established.
Chair Jennings, this section as it reads, it's just talking about the ADU itself, not other non-conforming parts in the property. It's just saying that an ADU that conforms to the other sections here is not required to be corrected, except for the setbacks.
If that's the way you read it, then I'm happy. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's okay to change that language?
Is there consensus there for the legally established insertion?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go with that. Anybody else? David? Yeah.
I'm good.
We're good. Okay. Dennis?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Then the coastal permit required. Okay, we got that. On page 15, I raised this issue about the income reporting with staff earlier today. And I said, well, where do you get the authority to do this? Where do you get the authority to require people to tell you how much money they make? And I didn't get a clear answer. I don't know if there is an answer. But then when we came on tonight, staff was saying, well, in the past, we've done this kind of just by asking people, and they've been nice enough to tell us, and which is fine. And I'm happy to, I have no quarrel with that. But I just said, well, if you do this and say, okay, you people, first of all, this is only going to apply to people who get a new permit. People who've already got an ADU, they're not going to have any requirements. So they're only going to be certain people who are going to be required to report their income. And if they don't, what are you going to do? How are you going to enforce it? So I think a better approach would be just to go back to, yes, Todd. You have an answer for me?
Well, I have a correction for you. No, there's nothing about this that would necessarily, well, at least not the way it was originally envisioned. I have to double check the language right now, but it's not intended to only apply to new ones. All ADUs should be reporting income so that the city has the opportunity to count those ADUs toward the appropriate income level unit.
Look,
I'm not saying you need to. I'm just saying I think that was the intent of what we drafted.
yeah, but my grasp of the situation is that the LCP is not a general purpose piece of legislation that applies to everybody. It applies to people when they come in and ask for a permit and get a permit, and then the permit might have certain conditions on it. You might put a reporting requirement.
No, that's a good point.
On it.
That's a good point.
Sure.
Well, my question would be, we don't have any ADUs now. We've never permitted one. It doesn't exist in our code, so everything is new, right?
Yeah, I would not anticipate this would be enforceable against anything except a new permitted ADU would be able to enforce this. We'd attach it as a condition to it is how we would enforce it.
Okay, so I have a problem with it unless somebody can give me a statutory basis for saying, yeah, cities, you can ask people to report this.
Well, I don't want to get away from our attempt to try to get credit for these buildings. And
what staff said at the beginning at the outset was, we've asked people and they've told us, and I think that's fine.
But do they have permission to ask? You're saying this gives
no. I'm saying no. I'm saying they have no. This is not about permission to ask. This is the city saying you got to tell us, and if you don't tell us, we're going to send you a nasty letter that says you've got 90 days to tell us, and if you don't do that, then we're going to enforce this provision in accordance with applicable law, whatever that may be.
Which one is it?
This is on paragraph 3 under F on page 15.
I don't think there's a disagreement here. I think everybody's okay leaving it in, right?
With what?
No.
Okay.
Paragraph 3, number 3, rental items.
No, under general requirements, page 15, F general requirements, 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, John. There's 2 3s. 1, 2, 3, and second.
Oh,
three,
okay.
Income reporting.
I will just say that the last time we attempted this survey, we got of ADU owners, we got no response, and it will be essentially impossible for us to claim any ADUs as affordable units without people giving us some kind of evidence of what kind of rent they're charging. So I just wanted to add that.
Okay, so what you would, the way I envision you doing this is you're going to put this as a condition on the coastal development permit or the ADU, right?
Yep.
And if they don't do it, what?
Well, it would be a violation of their coastal development permit. So they could be cited for it, or you could use any of the other enforcement mechanisms for violations of a condition of a coastal development permit.
Like having a 42-inch hedge.
Okay, well, all right, let's move on from it. I don't like it. Let's see whether there's 3 votes to keep it in. Dennis, how do you feel?
Well, they need, it's catch-22. We need the info, so hopefully the state says that we're trying to do our thing about the housing element and all that.
Yeah,
and I don't know about being in a town like ours reporting income. I think that's probably really tricky.
To be clear, no one has to report income. This is just being what the monthly rent is, right? That's just what the requirement is.
Yeah, not that you rented it.
I think it's almost like you kind of have to ask to see where they are so we can make this plan work, hopefully, so nobody comes after us.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah.
How do you feel, David?
It troubles me a lot, but I mean, I would try to fix it. I'd get rid of the enforcement portion and just say that the owners will be asked about the actual rent charge for purposes of enabling the city to get whatever the tax credit is that they need to get. So explain in here why you're asking and leave the enforcement stuff out. If they tell you, they tell you. If they don't, they don't.
Okay, Craig, I see you nodding your head. You like that?
I'm right with David on that. Exactly. Okay. If they know the good reason for it, maybe they will tell you.
Well,
all right.
I'd like to leave it in because this whole law was passed for low income housing.
I got it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go with Craig and David on this. So
So we're not going
Is
to.
it all helpful to you? HCD says that cities can do that. That HCD says that cities can require rent reporting, not income reporting, rent reporting.
is there some statute?
It's just their interpretation of the law, and it's given great weight by the courts.
What law? I mean, is there a statute?
It's implied.
Well, you fall under the general police power.
Wait,
Okay.
Just because we can doesn't mean that we should or we will. I still think it's better to just get rid of the enforcement piece of this and say, we're going to ask you in order to enable the city to get the tax benefits of it.
Yeah.
Later on, I'm going to propose a rent control then, or some version of that.
Oh,
because,
that ought to be interesting. Okay.
all I know is in my neighborhood, a 900 square foot guest house goes for about $5,000. Okay.
Chair Jennings, does this mean we change this to rent income reporting?
It meant that we're going to get rid of the enforcement provisions, and we're going to just announce to people that we're going to ask them to report to the city for rental rates, so that the city can obtain the benefit of whatever low income housing.
So you're going to change the word income to rate.
Well, it says report the actual. The owner will be asked to report the actual rent charge for the ADU or the JDU for the prior year.
Okay, something like that.
Referring to the title.
Yeah,
Look at the title, it has the word income in it. I think we just need to clean that up.
Thank you,
And,
Joyce.
and make it clear that there's some justification is asked for too, like David was saying, that so they know why they're being asked.
And can we assume that this change should be made in the zoning portion too? I mean, right?
You know, yeah, I think so. I think that's probably, it's not something that's not something that's mandated by the state. So yeah, I would think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just clarify what we did here?
Yeah, this is just a straw poll. Basically, staff, you know what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it less threatening.
I think I have language that would work for you. It would be for F3 here to change the title to rental rate reporting. And then we'll leave the top part, talks about the facilitation. And then it says the owner, we change it to the owner will be asked to report the annual rent charge for the ADU or JADU during the prior year, and then delete the next two sentences about enforcement. Would that work?
That works for me.
Except it will be asked, but you got to put in the reason why so that they know.
That says to facilitate the city's obligation to identify adequate.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's not have two paragraph threes too. Over on page 16, paragraph 6 goes out, the owner occupancy stuff of JADUs.
Now I have a question on that.
Which page?
We're on page 16.
Okay.
Paragraph 6 at the top, owner occupancy. You have a question on that, John?
Yeah, it says we can't do that until 2025. That's the reason why you're saying it's out?
It's out because
picking out JADU.
Junior ADUs are not development, and they're not something that the LIP is concerned with. So there shouldn't be these paragraphs dealing with them.
Well, it's not development, but occupation. Occupying a property is not development.
Commissioner Mazza, I think this is a global staff comment at the beginning that Joyce put forward, is that since JADUs will never be regulated under the LCP since they're exempt, we're just removing all references to JADUs besides in the exemption section and in the definitions. And so I believe Chair Jennings was just pointing out this was another section where it was mentioned.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything.
Okay, well, then on number 7, we need to have JADUs in there. That's very necessary because in a different section, we we allow multifamily to add 2 units to their property and convert other units. And multifamily includes condos and fractional ownerships. So if we allow them to be sold separately, and the county ordinance bans selling separately, then we're creating new units that are, there's an economic justification for that, and new condos, and you know, it's multifamily is different. You can't split a regular house, but you can certainly, like this new thing where they're dividing houses up into 8s.
Yeah, but John, all the provisions in 7 are doing is saying all of these other things that we've talked about, we're just going to write them into a deed restriction, which I don't feel adds any additional enforcement authority, but which I've lost that argument 10 times over the last 20 years.
Jeff, the only reason why that to me doesn't work on a condo is because the only way you can restrict property from sale is a deed restriction.
And that's fine. I'm not. It's not a hill I want to die on. Joyce.
I would just say that this section would still be in the zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance is what we would use to process a Jank Jr.
Exactly.
So we could take out the JADU reference, Commissioner
Here
Mazza,
you can, yeah.
because it's already it's already in the zoning code which is where JADUs are going to be processed.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah. On 17.
Well, 17. I just am going to leave 1A in abeyance until we decide it.
Right.
Okay. And then. Yeah.
The next one, 1B, the 50% rule, that seems really arbitrary and weird to me. Like sometimes it might turn out to be too high and sometimes it might turn out to be too low. I'm not sure what that's connected to.
I don't know where that came from either, to tell you the truth, but it does. It seems to me very hard to justify on a natural resources protection basis.
Well, what is our minimum house in Malibu?
Chair Jennings, I don't know where this natural resource language came from, but that's not, a limitation on the city's Coastal Act exemption.
Well, that remains to be seen. I think since the legislature was explicit in banning this type of a limitation, this exact limitation, in fact, to say, oh yeah, okay, we know you banned it, but we can do it because we're in the Coastal Act, and is sort of flying in the face of those people who warned us not to do that.
Chair Jennings, that's not accurate. Maybe I can help. The ADU ordinance, again, which only the ADU statute, which again only relates to your ADU ordinance, not to your LCP, but here we're taking cues from the other. What it says is, well, the state law, the state ADU law says that an ADU cannot be more than half of the size of the main house. The 50% comes right from the state law. There's another part of the state law that says a percentage-based size restriction has to yield to allow at least an 800 square foot.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a little safety valve that the state has built into its own 50% limit. So it can't be any more than 50% if it's an attached under the state law. Unless,
where's that now? Do you have a reference for that?
Sure. Let me dig it up. It's Government Code 65852.2, and it's let's see. It's in subdivision
E4?
C2C. So little c Charlie, number 1, big C Charlie.
Right.
Any other minimum or maximum size for the ADU or size based upon a percentage of the proposed or existing primary dwelling. And then skip a bunch.
Wait a minute. Or size is stricken in my version of it. I think that was probably from.
Well, not the or. I put the or in there because there's a comma, and you need to know that it's or.
It says any other minimum or maximum size for an accessory dwelling unit
Comma.
based upon a percentage
No,
of
size.
The version of the statute that I have has that word stricken.
Well, I'm looking at it right now online
So am
on
I.
the legislative website.
This well, what I did was took it down effective to January 1, 2020, same
Okay.
section. All right, so I'm not sure it makes a
word
difference.
for word if you like, but what I'm trying to tell you is that the state is saying that any size based upon any minimum or maximum size based upon a percentage of the primary dwelling unit that does not permit at least 800 square feet for the ADU, that is at least 16 feet high, 4 feet from side and rear, has to yield. If the city can't impose on the zoning side, under the ADU ordinance, the city may not impose a percentage-based, the very percentage-based standard that they impose up above can't be imposed below to push it below 800 square feet. That's
okay.
what
That was my question. That this is where it says that the city can't do it. Where did they impose the 50% limit? That was my question.
That is in 65852.2 D4.
D.
Actually, it's not in D, it's in A. The
Oh
one that
yeah,
I'm thinking of.
little a.
It's in little a, 1, big D for Delta. It says that the city has to require that the ADUs comply with all the following. And if you jump down to Romanet 4, that's IV, it says, if there's an existing primary dwelling, the total floor area of the attached ADU shall not exceed 50%.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was asking for.
I got a question that just came up. Todd just read that it said a ADU must be at least 16 feet high, not maximum 16 feet high. And that's what I read before. It's not maximum, it's at least.
No, council member, this is the maximum, but as we've talked about a couple times elsewhere, I'm sorry, I called you council member, commissioner. The city can always be more generous. The city can say the maximum is 18 instead of 16.
Oh, I'm talking about you said it said at least 16 feet. That's the minimum, right?
I think it's that the maximum must be at least 16 feet.
He just read
That's correct.
The minimum when he read that section.
I think he used the minimum maximum height. You can't make the maximum height less than 16 feet, right?
Well, when he read it, it didn't say that. It said at least.
I'm very comfortable assuring you right now that 16 feet is the maximum.
And there's no minimum.
16 feet is the lowest we can set the maximum.
Thank
on
you.
the zoning ordinance, Commissioner Mazza, but not the LCP, if we work through that.
The minimum would be the building code. Can I point out what Todd just quoted there referred to floor area, not TDSF. So just by way of saying, if we're talking about harmonizing, I'm not recommending one or the other, but that said floor area.
But the LCP takes precedent.
Right. Okay.
We better not change the way we do T.
Yeah,
that'll be just a disaster.
Those are really separate. I mean, you've got a TDSF standard that appears to be sacrosanct. And then separately, you've got a size metric here in the state law that is just merely reflected in the LCP. You don't have to, but it is. That really regulates the relative size of the ADU to the main house. And that's all that 50% is getting at.
Right.
Yeah.
But do we have anything on page 17?
17, which is sort of where we are, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, we have the 18-foot issue, which we're still putting a pin on in the height.
yeah.
And the 900 square foot issue, which we also are not able to decide. This might be a good place to talk about parking.
Yeah. I have a couple different concerns, starting from more general and policy related and getting more specific. We're in the high fire hazard severity zone, and to me, I'm not eager to make exceptions to the parking requirement. And there's a lot of, I mean, you know, I'm thinking of the Oakland fire in the hills and in the Hollywood Hills, and we want cars off the street if we can. And there are a bunch of different mechanisms to talk about this. One being that parking is required wherever in a, quote, public visitor serving area with high on-street parking demand. You could say that Malibu, with our population of 8 or 10,000, is dwarfed by the millions of visitors, and that the whole city is a public visitor serving area. That would be one approach. Another is that there's this weird donut hole created between, on the one hand, the nominal half mile from transit. I guess we're calling that an exemption. And the coastals, parking required a quarter mile from the beach. So you've got between a quarter mile and a half mile, there's a little zone there that, this is hard for me to describe. My brain is starting to melt down.
Are we now on page 18?
We're talking about parking generally.
17.
We're still carrying over from the bottom of 17 on to page 18, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, just as a point of discussion, I'm sort of loath to be creating exceptions to the parking requirement.
Yeah. Now here again, I suppose that we can do whatever we want here too. Again, we can say no. You've got to require the same things that we would require for a house, at least in terms of the LCP, right, or the LIP. But of course, the zoning ordinance would have the requirements dictated by the state statute, right? We can do this. What Craig is concerned about, we can deal with, right? By maintaining higher parking requirements if we want.
Yes.
Okay.
If we try to increase beyond what we currently have, that's when we're probably going to hit friction.
You know, and I'm happy with what we have now, but we have to deal with what an accessory dwelling unit is, and we don't have that in our code. So, for example, a one-bedroom house, or you're talking one parking space for a guest house, but then you have a 1 and a 2 bedroom contemplated. We haven't decided that yet. Accessory dwelling unit. So I would think at the minimum you got to require some kind of parking for that, and it probably should be by bedroom. But
John, let me suggest we're getting close to 10 o'clock. I'm beginning to fade. I think everybody's beginning to fade a little bit. That's an issue I think that we're going to have to bring back and talk a little bit more about. Let me just try to wrap up what I see as another critical area, and that's the exemption provisions in 13.4.1, which is on page 20. There's two things that need to be raised. One is the issue that was raised by Jason Elizabeth Riddick about the fact that the exemption only applies to a attached ADU or one that's built out of a garage or another structure, and only if it meets the requirements of the setback and what's the other one? Setback and GDSF. And the question would be whether that should be whether that limitation on the exemption is the one we want to go with. It's I guess maybe it's kind of a complex issue, but yeah, John.
Well, what I would prefer is to make this simple is if you're out of compliance with the LCP's provisions we have now, you need a CDP and you can ask for a variance. Otherwise, the rules are as stated. And
that's what we have right now.
Yeah. And
that's what's proposed here.
I know, but
okay.
We're now talking about changing setbacks and this and that and the other thing. And I think that's a big mistake in general on everything we do. I just wanted to make one other comment on these parking exceptions and everything. One of them, the very last one, D, talks about unless there's high on-street parking demand. Okay, we have no ability at all to determine that. We got 60 days to approve these. What are you going to do, a traffic study? So, I mean, things like that, we don't want to back ourselves in a corner. And I think we should look at one of the things that the county ordinance has is you've got to have a real street. Part of parking on the street is whether or not there's a parking space. My street has none, 0. It's a fire lane because it's too narrow. And I'm on Point Doom. If I'm up some canyon on if I'm on Craig Street, good luck. It's 11 feet wide. So I think staff should come back and look at what the county did as far as, I don't think it's a good excuse to say, gee, we don't know how wide the streets are. That's not our problem. We know how wide the easements are. And the applicant should say, my street's so wide. Because there's a huge difference between saying you can park on the street and then knowing what kind of street it is. If it's an 11-foot street, you're not parking on it. Or if you park on it, you're causing a safety hazard. That's why my street's posted that way.
All right. So I think your position, John, is that as a whether parking or how much parking offsite is allowed is going to be variable depending on the nature of the street. And I would agree with that. I don't know whether Craig, you got your hand up. Is that...
If I can tag a helpful thought on that, Justine and I this afternoon talked about how the county ordinance talks about on the half mile from transit, they're using major transit stops and they have a definition that really limits it. And we sort of thought maybe a major transit stop in Malibu might be the park and ride lot that's contemplated, which would sort of make sense that you could get rid of a parking requirement if you live within a half mile there in that sort of flat central area and whatever housing gets put in. And there you might actually want to walk to the park and ride and use the transit, but elsewhere in Malibu.
I agree with you. I think that this was a design that was intended to try to get people off the roads, and that was for a more urban environment than Malibu is. I just don't think it would.
I agree also, and I think what I'd like staff to do is come back with an analysis of what the county did, because they have specific rules and it's very simple.
Let me get Dennis.
Okay, we'll talk about the parking, but I've got I've got concern for the Riddicks. I think this is what 13.4.1 was for. I mean, these guys are trying to put a unit. This is what the ADUs were for. I don't know all the particulars about where this started or how it got to where it is, but to me, these are the kind of people that need the help that we need to really look at so they can have this thing. I mean, I thought this is what the ADU thing was all about.
Well, let me just add, Dennis, that the point I tried to make was they can have it. Okay. They can't have over the TDSF. I mean, that's as far as I'm concerned, no. But they can come and get a CDP and get a variance, and they can have it. We give variances all the time on setbacks, all the time. It's just not walking up and automatically getting it, because if you get an automatic variance, big problems and all kinds of variances.
So,
go ahead, Joyce.
I was just going to say, so as Commissioner Mazza says, yes, you can come in and ask for, instead of getting instead of being exempt, you could move into a coastal development permit and then ask for a variance. But if the appetite isn't there to grant that variance for our total development square footage, and that is the problem, that people are already maxed out at that, right, you have to think, do you want to make people go through that process and spend that money and that? So there may be a way of coming up with a totally separate process that isn't a variance. I don't know what it is, but that you can get some exception on things. But I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about allowing more TDF for an ADU.
Trevor?
Chair Jennings and Commissioner Smith, I think we would have, if you want to address the Riddick's concern, I think dealing with it in an exemption would probably be difficult because that language has been signed off on by coastal, but you could provide relief by allowing the TDSF or the setback standards to be exceeded in 13.10. We could add language in there if there's appetite to provide an outlet, like Joyce said, for an ADU to exceed certain thresholds, setbacks at TDSF without a variance process. That's something that could be put in.
Well, here's the way I look at it is that it's pretty clear to me what the state is saying is and if you're not in the coastal zone, you're going to have to allow an 800 square foot ADU, 16-foot max, 4-foot setbacks, and that's it. Everybody gets that. We're saying, no, you don't, because we're in the coastal zone. It would be nice if you could come up with some middle ground that would allow people like the Reddicks to get some relief. If I'm welcome to, I invite you to come back and suggest to us how that might be done, because I'm sympathetic with the ADU movement. I think it's a good thing for Malibu. I think it's a good thing generally for the state, but bumping up against the hard numbers that we've got is very difficult. Look, it's 5 after 10. We've gone through almost all of the LCP amendments. The only thing left really is the sort of the administrative stuff. And I don't really think that there's much argument to be had about that, but I'm going to suggest that if there is, let's bring it back for next time. So have we given you any help at all, or just the staff?
I've taken some notes here, so if if you would allow me, I could provide a potential motion to bring this back.
Can I just add a couple?
Let me go around once here, John.
Well, there's a couple things that we need to be consistent on. One, Joyce gave us a presentation on ingress egress, and she used the county map. And Malibu, we have to think, and this is just a thought to give to the staff. We have to think about safety here. Okay, the county put that in for exit in emergencies. We have one road in this town, and that's Coast Highway. They used highway. We eliminated the word. It's a big deal. It's even on the exhibit Joyce gave us, highway. So you have to look at that, because we've had problems with people being able to exit neighborhoods in fires. And so we got to look at that closer. And then just my opinion, all the time we hear CDPs where people go up to 1 or 2 feet from their TDSF. And if they're 1 or 2 feet over, we turn them down. And it's a really big deal to give the planning director the ability to violate a TDSF rule. I mean, that's a principle in my mind.
Let me raise another issue that you're right about, because you then get the problem of serial development. You come in, you build a house, you max out your TDSF, and then you come back and say, "Oh, I'd like to add an ADU, and so I'd like some relief from the TDSF requirements." That's I don't know how you solve that one.
Yeah.
Craig, you had your hand up real quickly before we.
Yeah, a couple quick things, and then sort of a concluding comment. One, we need to harmonize that we have 4-foot setbacks in places, and we have 5-foot setbacks required by fire. I think we just say 5 feet, right?
I'm not sure that any of it is particularly required. In some places we say, whatever the fire code requires, that comes right out of the statute.
Yeah.
But in some places we say 5. In some places we say 4, and then in the high fire zones we say 5. I don't know.
So there's that, and then just to confirm it, this is mainly for Richard probably. Joe brought up the issues about the factor of safety and whether that's going to require a variance, and it's a building code issue. And similarly, there's a 25% rule in the building code that she was concerned about. And just to clarify, I think we're saying anything, however we resolve that for principal residences, whether the variance is required and so forth, the same process is going to apply to any ADU. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, because we are not modifying the building code here.
Right.
Strictly ordinances only.
Okay. And so my final thought about, a good reason for continuing this and what we might want to do in the meantime. Part of the reason I think there's not much public participation at this stage is that nowhere in the staff report is there a discussion of the stakes, the implications. We don't know right now there's no clue whether any changes we might make might increase population density by 2% or by 50% over several decades, or, that it would be good to have some discussion of what this might mean. And then people might suddenly get interested in it, because right now it seems like a bunch of arcane details, like, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or, 16 or 18 feet? Or I think the package needs to have some presentation of the significance for people to care about this. And there's some data that is still floating out there that may come in soon. One is, Justine mentioned that she's talked to the ESRI reps about looking at road widths, so we'd have a better idea about what constitutes a second egress or not. That the ESRI people might be able to say, yes, this road qualifies, that one doesn't, just based on the satellite imagery. So there's that data to figure out. On the question of the affordability requirements in the housing element, she mentioned that they're changing the format of how that's counted and whether family members are counted. And I'm just kind of looking at my notes now, but the sense there that it's still in flux is the notion of what is affordable housing exactly and how that's defined. She also mentioned that the state has come up with what they called a helper tool. She just had a webinar about it that would help the city calculate how many potential ADUs we have in the city. In terms, I think they would look at the map and the density of the housing units now, and somehow she might be able to give you a preview of it now. But I think the implication there is that once that's in play, we'll have a much better idea of, do we have 50 lots where these can still be put on, or 500, or whatever. That might give us feed into the public interest and how interested they are in participating. So that's my comment.
Okay, Dennis, you.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, John.
I just got one quick one. The way I read this in multifamily housing, I think we need to look at, can you take your garages and fill them with ADUs and have no parking for multifamily housing in places like Malborough Road, where it's all multifamily at one end, and places like down by Moon Shadows. So we don't want to eliminate all the parking. So if we allow multifamily just to fill in all their garages with another unit, we got a big problem. So I think they just need to look at that. I don't want to go into detail, but that's something that needs to be looked at.
I think you're quite right. And what we need to try to do next time, whenever we have a next time, is to focus on the things that we haven't dealt with, parking and these access issues, which right now the access basically means you've got to have sprinklers and not much else. So we need to talk about whether and what kind of additional requirements we're going to put on those in the high fire areas. Todd?
Yeah, I'll just say, if it helps your deliberation and as you go off and mull over this before next time, LA County, as you know, has fire safety restrictions on where ADUs can be located. And I believe they just figured out how wide does the street need to be safe and to make sense. And they said that's the limit. They didn't have to have a map showing the width of every street. And they put it on the applicant to demonstrate that the street is wide enough to be safe.
Exactly.
So I don't want to leave you with the impression that you need to have Esri or somebody else give you a comprehensive map of all your street widths.
Okay.
I think you can just figure out what's safe and you can run with it.
Then perhaps staff could come back with something along those lines to suggest to us that would be helpful. All right. I think we need to call it.
Let me just add one thing. What's safe and what allows on-street parking?
Right, John. David, you had one.
Yeah, I want to move that we continue this to a date uncertain and end the discussion at this point.
I think that's just Trevor.
Do you want me to lay out what you've directed so far?
Yeah, give it to us.
Okay. So I think the motion is to continue this to a date uncertain, and to return with the changes that were proposed by staff in Joyce's presentation, and then to change the term ACDP to ADU ACDP.
Too many vowels.
Yes, I'm sorry. There's a setback change in 1744090, and then changing the TDSF reference. We're going to find language that to propose there to be using instead of TDSF. Adopt staff's recommendations regarding removing the JADU references except for in the definitions and exemptions section, and then bring back an option that would address, provide a way that the RIDIC's concerns could be addressed for setback and TDSF limit, to exceed that in a different way without having to get a variance. Bring back the TDSF issue, the parking issues that we've outlined, and we're also going to talk about the 18-foot height issues and potentially exemptions in 13.4.1, and then you've made specific changes to the LCP proposed amendment, and those include deleting in 5.23 that's the no parking shall be required for a junior accessory dwelling unit, and then on the definition of public transit, there was a grammar change that was directed by Chair Jennings. Scrolling through here.
Didn't we have consensus on changing the definition of a transit line to hub or whatever it was, instead of what was in the staff report?
One thing that was proposed was the
major transit stop.
We're going to change the major transit stop and look at using that as the park and ride, right?
Now, bring that back to us as part of the whole parking issue.
Yes. Yeah. That's going to be part of that discussion. Adding the term legally established to on page 14, B4 on that page. Right. And then on F on page 15, we're changing number F3 to rental rate reporting and changing it to the owner will be asked to report the actual rent charge for ADU and ADUs during the prior year, and deleting the final two sentences there. And then
And adding for purposes of the city's ability to.
that's already in there. That was for the, yes, that was the first sentence.
Okay.
And I think that's the extent of what we had consensus on. But if there were anything else, we will bring.
I think we wanted to have some idea of how many ADUs were going to come out of this.
Yeah, if staff can help it, if you can give us some idea, that would be helpful. All right. Yes, Craig.
Can I ask that what Trevor just recited is not a complete and official recounting of everything we've done, that staff actually needs to look at the whole thing, that was more of a
it was
just a review for us to understand what we've gone through, but it's not the formal official be all end all.
No, this is being brought back for review. It's going to come back with these changes that you've directed so far, the additional information that you've requested, and then there'll be further discussion about those particular issues. And
I mean, just as an example, when you said, and the 18-foot height thing, and we had a whole thing about 16 feet and what's low, blah, 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 they'll sort that out.
You didn't have specific language on that, but we're going to discussion item for next time.
Do you need a motion on this, or do you get this be by consensus?
No, we should have a motion so that it's continue to a date uncertain with that direction.
Okay, so that would be the motion that John just made, and Dennis, you're going to second that? All right. Okay, and let's call the roll. Kathleen. You still with us, Kathleen?
I am. Commissioner Mazza?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes, indeedly doodly.
Vice Chair Weil?
Yes.
Chair Jennings?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I move we
Okay.
adjourn.
Call the roll, please, Kathleen.
Did we have someone second that?
I'll second it.
Okay. Commissioner
David Weil
Mazza?
seconded.
Yes.
Vice Chair Weil?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Chair Jennings?
Yes. And thank you all for bearing with us. It's a very complicated issue. It's difficult to get our hands around. So, but thank you all for that.
And hopefully the date uncertain is after we open City Hall.
It's tomorrow,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Exactly.
We'll be back
All right.
tomorrow.